Gentlemen, our campaign is live, and we've already made 500,000 Korean won. Look at that.
It's like $8, right?
We'll be Korean millionaires any minute now.
Wow.
Guys, big day, and big day for me, big day for the channel, and a big day for Land&SEA. I think this is the first. Brent, this is the first crowdfunder that's been associated with Land&SEA, no?
With Land&SEA, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so we have that distinction. And so let's real quick. Let me change my currency settings here. I love the IP-based currency. Kind of just goes to whatever you have locally. So $377 US. See this? It's Korean million.
It's funny because everybody gets distracted by the dollars and think I'm always just looking at how many backers. So
right. So that's with 5 backers. Hey guys, we just pushed the button. What was it, about 5 total minutes ago, max? Probably less than that. So we just sent out the email. So if you signed up for the pre-launch, absolutely, the email is out. I'm checking my email on and off, so just to kind of see. I plugged my email into it right before we sent it, so it's kind of like if I don't get it, then I'm worried that we may not have it out there. So I'll continue to check it. I haven't seen it in my email yet, but that doesn't mean anything. A lot of times, some of these bigger email list type deals take several minutes to get out there. So if you are if you are signed up for the email and you haven't got it, just be patient and let's give it about 10 minutes. And if it doesn't show up in about 10 minutes, let me know in the chat. Okay, so Eric Johnson said he's got the email. Mike Dennis said he's got the email. All right, so good deal. So people are getting it. Real quick, guys, I want to if you got the email, this is what you can get. Essentially, there is 2 things in the email. Brent, yes, I see hand.
Quick item: when you click through to buy stuff, the cover D is listed as 25. I thought it was supposed to be 20. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's supposed to be 20. I might have to remake that one and all right. You guys can vamp a little bit while I go into the campaign editor here.
All right.
I'm gonna.
Well, I gotta tell you, this is pretty exciting stuff for us.
Yeah, seriously. I was up at 6 o'clock this morning going, is it ready yet? Is it ready? When's it going to turn on? I'm emailing Blaine. He's like, stop it, Brent. Just stop.
This is pretty fun. I tell you, the thing that I enjoy, which nobody else will get a kick out of, but we get to actually see one of the characters I created, which is Ashton Slade in this. And that for me is actually kind of fun to see a character I created actually drawn. And as a kid, I dreamed of doing comic books. I mean, and I bought those giant, I don't know if you saw them at the art stores in the 70s, those giant books on how to draw. I tried all that and I barely can manage stick people. And Scott knows that now, and so does Brent.
That special guest cover. So looking at the perks report, somebody has ordered the $20 secret perk. So it is available. If you go to your cover on the main page, it should be the $25 one. So just real quick, for those of you who signed up for the pre-launch, here's what you get in that email. You get 2 links to 2 secret perks. That is the perk D, the cover D, which is the limited 48-hour variant that Brent, creator of Land&SEA, has done for us. And actually, I can show that off here in a second. And then the other perk is the clean sweep. So the clean sweep is all 4 books. And the free items that all the pre-launch link perks come with a poster, a sticker, and a bookmark. So the cover D perk is a screaming deal. $20 book plus 3 free items: the poster, the bookmark, and the sticker. So those. If you just want one book and you did this, that's the way to go. It's the cheapest way to get into the book by itself. Every other book is sold singular on the perks here on the campaign are $25 plus shipping. So already, so we've got one. Let's see. I'm gonna redo the campaign here, and let me share this again. We've now got 10 backers. That's good.
We're still not live on Rumble.
Let me.
At least according to one of the fans out there. So
yeah, I'm looking at StreamYards, and it looks like because hold on a second. You gotta forgive me, guys. I normally have a watcher in the web sitting here doing this for me, but I don't have that today, so I'm having to do his job and my job simultaneously. Okay, I see the. Okay, never mind. Let me
well, as Scott's going through all that, I mean, Brent and I really have had a great time with all this because it's taken a little while to get to this point, and it's well worth it. The concept of this was something we started from day one. I mean, before we even before I wrote Splashdown, we were like, we're going to need a place. There's a couple of them actually that we've defined that where stuff could happen in the Land&SEA universe that would be self-contained, self-enclosed, where a comic book could take place. And we sketched out like a 1 page, if it was even that, like this is what could be happening there. And the place we chose for the first series anyway is Hawaii. And it gets cut off in the first book. You've got, I think there's 6 references in the book to, gee, we sent a relief force to Hawaii and it gets sunk. And that's in the second book. We don't know what's happened. Hawaii's been completely cut off. All the underwater cables are cut. No power on the island. We're not getting any signals. We don't know what's happening. And that really set the stage for what we could do. And it's a fertile playground. We really wanted to be able to hand an artist or a creator an opportunity to be able to just go nuts and really impress us. And Scott's been able to pull that off, I think. He's taken a real basic story idea that I put together and has really turned it into something kind of cool. So it's a lot of fun.
So you guys have had this kind of plan for a while now?
Oh, yeah.
From the beginning? Okay.
From the very beginning.
Well, the funny thing is that both, when you think of like tabletop miniatures that gone with good fluff, you think of Warhammer and you think of BattleTech, right? And both of those have comic properties associated with their, but neither of them ever did a good job of doing that. It just seemed like it was like an add-on, a tack-on. Hey, we've got this great thing, so let's just add a comic in there, right? The thing I really liked about what you guys did is you made the Hawaii story as a carve out in the beginning, and it becomes an instrumental piece. And Blaine, you and I have been talking offline a little bit, and I like the idea that you're getting into my characters that I've developed for this, and so you're like, hey, I could see opportunities potentially for these guys to maybe leave Hawaii in the future and show up in another form medium. So I'm a big fan of that.
I think it's going to be fun. I think what people have misunderstood about what we did with Land&SEA from the very beginning, Brett and I, the vision we've had is we're not creating just a universe. We're creating an entire franchise. That means video games, tabletop games, role-playing games, comic books, novels, anything that we think can enhance the story and fit into the universe. We've carved out places for that stuff to happen. And I think it makes it kind of fun because you're if you're buying into something nowadays, you really want to buy into a big franchise. You look at how Halo has become a TV show and it's become, video games. And there are novels for it out there and stuff. And it branches into those areas. I think that's part of the fun of Land and Sea. But Brent, I'll let you go off. I keep babbling.
Oh, you're right on the. I agree with everything you just said. It's been funny because you and I worked on other properties that didn't pre-plan where they wanted little sandboxes to be for different kind of settings. But you and I did go through very quickly and say, you know what, we want the different corners of the world to have a different personality, and some of that has to do with the environment. Like the battlefield for Florida, Georgia, and Louisiana, like that. It's going to look very, very different than the battles in LA, the battles for Seattle, like the different locations around the world, just because of geography, the creatures and things that are in those areas, the weather, stuff like that. So you've seen a lot of different locales as Blaine has been carving out little stories, and a lot of those are just planting seeds of the stories of what's happening in those areas. But we have gone through, and like we said, Hawaii right off the bat, we knew that the visual vibrancy of the comic book medium was just the best possible way to bring together battles in Hawaii. So.
Well, one of the things that I've really looked forward to, and I didn't have a good feeling for, if I'm honest, right? Just because, that's the one thing about a novel series, right, is that you can paint really vivid pictures in somebody's imagination, but you give them the description and they're the ones that paint the picture, right? It's so they are creating what this, you describe an Asher, but ultimately, they have an idea of what it is in their head. Now, the good news is on the covers, we show the Ashers, so it makes it easy. But for me, the thing that I think the comic is going to bring to people for the first time are some of the, the aliens, right?
Yeah.
What fish look like, right? What does a crab look like? What does a boss look like? What does a mermaid, merman, whatever the look like, right? What do the foxes look like? So these are some of the different things that I've had a more vague picture in my head, and knowing that I was going to see, and you had shared with me some of the art, so I kind of had an inside scoop on that. But I think that'll be something that it will be good for the folks to see, because I think what we will see is essentially the four major types of bad guy in this book. We'll see the fox, we'll see the boss, we'll see the mermaids, we'll see the crabs, right? And then we'll also have an opportunity maybe to throw some other things in that. What is that thing? In the background, because it hasn't been described before, or. Yeah. Because, Blaine, one of the things that you did in one of your more recent books is you started showing some of the less threatening aliens that are maybe the logistics of this society that's happening underwater. So that's been very cool. So I don't know that we'll have those in this book. I'm sure we won't, actually. But I think that the comic medium allows for a much more visual representation of these things, which will then go to source books and other types of opportunities down the road.
Yeah, if you guys are game players, Hawaii's going to be like, I guarantee you there's going to be a Hawaii source book at some point. People
playable scenario packs. Oh man, Hawaii's perfect for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have so much art ready to go for it by the time it's almost like it'd be an easy sell for one of the more early things. Now, the downside is it's not featured in the novels, but hey, it's a graphic novel. And the other thing too is that the graphic novel then becomes another item that we can add to larger packages to say when you start selling the game, and and it gives you that kind of ability to dive right into the fluff that you just can't do with a novel. It's like, great, I got a novel with my game. Let me spend a weekend reading it. If I give you a comic, you're like, oh, I can read this one in 30 minutes or whatever.
Well, and for me, one of the things I think is most important about this is the level of consistency in the universe. One of the things that drove me nuts when the Fallout version of the BattleTech comic came out, when was that, Brent? The 1990s, I think.
Yeah, I thought it was early 90s. Like
early 90s, they came out with like a 6-book series, and it was like it didn't look like battle. It didn't have a great connection to BattleTech. The mechs didn't quite match up.
It was BattleTech-ish.
It was a licensed product, and it felt like no one from FASA was actually sitting or watching what they were doing. And we've been going back and forth a lot with Scott. I mean, when there's art, we look at it and we talk about it. And there's stuff Brent and I are looking at from game perspectives where there's scenes in the comic book and in the graphic novel. We look at it and go, okay, how do we justify that based on the rules that we have for the tabletop game right now? So we spend a lot of time, like, there's a lot going on behind the scenes that you guys just don't get to see.
Which honestly, it's the usual kind of making of a sausage, things that happen on creative projects that most people really wouldn't want to see. But
it's a struggle for continuity.
I real quick, I want to interrupt here for a second. I'm getting a update on, so I'm gonna refresh the campaign page here real quick and see where we're at.
Cool.
$2,000 some.
$2,352.
Holy cow!
Wow, this is great. 32 backers already. You guys you're making my day here. It's
32 backers in what, 15 minutes? That's awesome.
Convert it to wine.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, no, it's like when
we hit our goal. I guess we can go home now.
$3 million.
Well, see, that's how you trick people. They see the money and they're like, "Wow, that's a lot of money." People are involved, and they don't. But it's like when you're in school, you take the single space, you make it double spaced.
Right. Well, let me just kind of peel back the onion a little bit here. My background. So, okay, who is Scott? Right. I came here because I got an email that, I know who Brent is. I know who Blaine is. But who's Scott? Right. Okay. So my background is I'm a military guy who's always been a writer. Right. I tried to get into comics back in the late 90s and it just didn't work out. 9/11 happened and then I came back into the military. And so that was my career ever since. And then while I was in Afghanistan, I had a comic buddy who was doing a thing and he said, "Hey, would you be interested in doing a 10-page backup?" And that became Door Kickers. And so fast forward to 2019, Door Kickers became I got involved with Comicsgate, which is a great independent comics movement, kind of focusing on getting the politics out of comics, just focusing on good stories, good fun stories in the mold of, the 80s and the 90s comics, right? And so Door Kickers has done very well. I've been very happy with it. The thing is about crowdfunding, it's a little different than just selling a book, right? If you put a comic in the comic shop, you get Comic-Con kind of reports on what's selling well and what's not. But with a Indiegogo, there is a immediacy, a transparency, and let's be honest, a gamification to see that score go up, right? Whether it's backers as your metric or whether it's money. And so it's really cool to be able to see that dollar amount go up. And as you become, a fan of the campaign, you're like, "Oh, well, I backed it when it was at $2,000. And then you see that it's at $20,000, right? You're like, wow, that's some sort of a gratification that, that this is a thing. And I was there at the beginning, or fear of missing out, right? You see the money going up. You're like, wow, this looks like a really popular and good campaign. I'm definitely going to latch onto it. So this is an interesting model that is new to independent comics in the last, call it 6 to 7 years. And, I think it's a very powerful tool. And Brent, I mean, I know you're kind of, it's after 9. Well, it's not 9. It's
6 o'clock. I'm good.
It's what I was going to say. I was just going to say I didn't want to get too crass too early, but I mean you're balls deep in the gaming industry, and you've seen these tabletop games just doing bonkers numbers over on Kickstarter, right? Yeah. It's just absolutely crazy.
It's really just a game. It's usually a game with miniatures, with a whole bunch of add-ons, and we've seen those things snowball where there's so many add-ons and things that it kind of takes over the logistical support requirements to actually deliver the thing when all is said.
Right.
But yeah, we've seen them take huge numbers.
Yeah, I'm still working on the mental image of Brent teabagging the gaming industry.
That was a great.
Hey, this is what happened when you
military phrase.
This is what happened when you hang out with vets. You get Blaine. Keep that in mind when you're writing some crusty old vet scenes.
It's all I write is crusty old vet scenes, man.
Speaking of crusty old vets, one of our good buddies of the channel, Joe Dolio, is he's making showing up in Wargate books. We've had him in Mark Sibley's new book, and I believe there's a scene in one of your books where there is a Dolio clone showing up in that world. So.
It's Joe Dolio. I don't even change the name. He could try to sue me. It won't work. He's in Patrons of Terror, and he's a crusty veteran, Marine who got booted out because he refused to take the vaccine. That's Joe in a nutshell.
Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. And so you've really embraced that aesthetic. And so, real quick, Blaine. I mean, here's what I want. I want to get into peel back the onion a little bit on the writer piece, right? Because the thing that really amazed me was like, oh, book 1, bam, book 2, bam, book 3, bam. I mean, it was so you clearly weren't writing that fast. I mean, so talk a little bit about your process and how you kind of stacked those up prior to publishing so that they could really kind of come bang, bang, bang out.
We had the first 3 books done several years before they were released. And we knew where we wanted to go beyond that. And the whole thought we had at the time was that we were going to do a Kickstarter to do the novels one at a time, do 3 Kickstarters, get the books out and kind of get going that way. And in bluntness, there were some things that went down between Catalyst Game Labs and myself, which I don't really want to go into. But
sure,
once that happened, it really opened the door up because, I was kind of on the fringe of what was going on with what's now called the Iron Age of independence and et cetera. And I was doing some stuff in there with the Blue Dawn series. But what really happened was by being canceled, it opened up a whole bunch of doors. We had 5 publishers line up and go, whatever you've got, we'll publish it. Brett and I went through and did the initial pass and met with all of them, and they're all great publishers. This would have been successful regardless of where we went. It's more successful that we picked Wargate. They reached out to us and they're like, look, if you want to do something, we'd love to engage your fan community. Yeah. So we said, by the way, we have 3 books ready to go. And it was like, okay, let's talk. And we had a kind of an erstwhile discussion, and we said, what's the key to success of launching a series? And they said, well, what we want you to do is target 6 books for the first year. So I was like, all right, well, I got 3 done. Well, not a problem.
Yeah, they called it the unicorn. It was pretty funny. Like, nobody's ever able to pull this off. And we learned later they actually didn't think we'd be able to do it. Yeah. They were very shocked when all of a sudden this flood of content starts flowing through. They're like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, and it was like we did it. I think the problem was we got way ahead of ourselves in terms of the audiobooks. It's real hard. Audio narration takes a long time, and we've got a great narrator who does our stuff. We were putting out books faster than people could read them, and that it proved to be a thing we're correcting this year. So we haven't done anything until this summer. We're going to have the 2nd season trilogy drop, and that will be a slow progression because we want to make sure the audiobook's caught up to that. We want to make it so when you go out and you buy a book, you buy it in the form that you want it, whether that's, audiobook, ebook, print book, hardcover, whatever, you're going to be able to latch onto that. And the guys at Wargate, I got to tell you, I've worked with a lot of publishers. Defiance Press is fantastic for my Blue Dawn series, but Wargate for military sci-fi is phenomenal. They have forced me to up my game, and I went off to Ranger school and watched the Best Ranger competition last year live as a member of the media. I go out and do my own research and stuff. And if it wasn't for the guys at Wargate kind of poking him, not poking, but going, we think your best stuff hasn't come out yet. and that forces you to kind of up your game. And I like upping my game. So I like to think that's happened with a lot of stuff.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think I've noticed I've kind of been along you because you joined the council not too long after some of that initial stuff happened, and I've been enjoying seeing your process going through all this. So and you and I've whether it was after we started working on this together or whether it was before when we were just friends hanging out on YouTube. I've been enjoying just hearing about your kind of a process and all the different trials and travails you go through. And so it's been very interesting to me, especially looking at the difference between, say, Blue Dawn and Land&SEA, because there's some similarities, but there's some very big differences.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I love the approach. Yeah, I love the approach that you take, and you do a great job of, because, I mean, let's be honest. Normally when you, especially a genre novelist, when you get familiar with them, you get familiar with them on one kind of thing, right? One series, right? And then they may change that up down the line, but ultimately, it's been interesting with you, Blaine, is like, I'm literally learning about your writing and your books on two separate series simultaneously. And like I said, the fact that you're able to make a very clean distinction between the feeling of both has been very impressive to me.
Well, thank you, Steve. Oh, that's right. The problem is I can't remember real people's names. I'm only good with fictional people, but it's a fun process. I really enjoy what I'm doing. What I get the biggest kick out of is we've finished Cyclones of Chaos, which is the next book, the first book of the next trilogy. And I gave Brent the outline and he looked at it, but when he calls up and he's like, I didn't expect to see this, or this really surprised me, or, oh my God, this is exactly right. This is how this looks.
Yeah.
And so it's when you're dealing with other creators, it's a lot of fun to share your stuff and go, by the way, this is what this looks like. And you get that shock factor.
One thing that's really fun is that, he and I, although, we've worked side by side for years, and we do a really good job of it, it's still fundamentally in our brains. I'm a picture guy and he's a word guy. And it is amazing how often we surprise each other when we peek at what the other person's working on. It's like, to have Blaine say, oh, that's what they look like. It's funny how that happens. But for me, you would laugh if you saw the editorial notes that I send back to Blaine on his, because he turns over the drafts and I go through. I'm the first one that goes through and reviews them. And honestly, I swear, 2/3 of my comments are like, "Oh my gosh, that's so awesome! I didn't see that coming."
But I liked it. Even in your comic, we're going to get to see the honey badger.
Yeah.
And my second favorite rig, which is the sea wolf.
Yeah.
My first one's the Wolverine, which we actually haven't drawn yet, but I know what the Wolverine looks like.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about it. When you write something, you create that mental image in your head, and that's the gap between your mental image, because you created it, and what the artist then turns out based on, you hope that your mental image is conveyed in the notes you give. So, hey, real quick, we're going to lose Sean here in about 10 minutes. Sean, one of the things I wanted to get out of you on this is just your take on this is like a mecha franchise, right? And mecha franchises are fairly well known, whether you have the Western style ones, say with BattleTech, but then you've also got all the various Japanese mecha. They go from small, medium to very big, right? What's your kind of take on this as a fresh kind of point of view? And, how are they breaking laws? That's what I want to know.
Sorry, I thought I was on mute. No, I really like this idea, though. You guys are, from the beginning, this was going to be kind of like the little, I don't want to call it a side journey, but it is, initially, a side journey. But it sounds like this is also just standalone content that, I don't know if you guys have plans to make it even bigger than just what you're doing here, but I think it's really cool that from the start, you already said, like, okay, look, we'll make those will be side stories to the main thing. And I it's not that, oh, well, you're fleshing it out and then you create that side story, but from the beginning you already created that universe, and it's just been, you're waiting to get to it because you've got so much of the main story to work through.
Well, a big part of that had to do with the fact that we knew from the beginning we wanted to bring in additional writers. We wanted to create Land&SEA as an amazing universe where other writers would want to come in and sandbox, like really just stomp around. Let's make, give them corners to really make their own. And so when we earmarked Hawaii, we had a rough idea of what the battle was going to happen. But I mean, Scott can attest. When I say rough, I mean rough. It was like, this is the direction. That's all you get. From there, run amok. You get to be Godzilla stomping around in Tokyo. Make this your own. Come up with a worthy story. And we gave him very long rope to hang himself. I mean, like, run, man. Don't slow down.
Well, and we're working with another we're bringing in our first outside writer, Declan Finn. And we got to get him a contract still, but Declan's working on a piece that, he's carved out a city. He was like, this is the city I want to do. And Declan's got a really strong religious background. And we really wanted to get into the whole, how would the church react to an actual alien invasion? Because you get to the Catholic Church, we haven't seen the Catholic Church actually galvanize against something in ages. And I'm talking crusade levels.
Yes, really interesting. Yeah.
And so Declan's the guy for that. And I mean, if he does a
sounds like a good Catholic boy's name right there, Declan.
You bet.
Declan.
100%. And he's brilliant as a writer. And so I reached out to him. I'm like, dude, I think you're the guy for this. And he's like, this is what I want to do. We've gone back and forth. I think we've had numerous emails, meetings, stuff. It is great. It is so cool. And it's a city it
makes sense.
We just left it there, and he's going to make that his own. And I'm so excited about it.
Yeah, because you would have all this going on, then out of left field comes organized religion and how they want to deal with it. And, not just like, I mean, you'd have the Catholic Church looking at how it wants to handle it. And, eventually it would be interesting to see how in the Islamic world they handle this. I mean, it's like you guys said, even in America, from the way they deal with it in Hawaii is going to be really different than way up in the Northwest.
Yeah. Well, we had that group in one of the stories that we did. We have a group of nut jobs who are marching out to meet the aliens because they want to go meet their new alien overlords and they worship them and they know all, they're in California. Would that happen? Absolutely, because they're crazy there.
Yeah, no, it works out just that way.
Yeah, one big key with that is that we knew we wanted POVs from a wide variety of humanity, partly because that's honest. But in order to do that, you have to make sure you're finding writers that can tell that story respectfully. Because, from that POV, they're the heroes. They're the ones that are right. And you can't soft shoe that. You can't fake that. It has to be real. So yeah, when he found a perfect person to handle the Catholic story, because we knew right off the bat, like I think our third issue that we were going to have to tackle was going to be, okay, how in the world is the religion going to handle this? Because it's going to be a massive spread.
And we also we wanted to portray an alien invasion, and people will argue whether it's accurate or not. I don't care. But we really wanted to portray it in a very different way, that it's not like, your typical invasion movie where everybody unites together against the common foe. And it's like, no, not in the Land&SEA universe. They all the governments are out for themselves and stab each other in the back a lot more. Humanity is actually a bigger villain in some respects than the aliens.
And this kind of goes to that. You've kind of drawn a parallel to some of the things that I'm doing in the comic to Walking Dead, which is everybody knows the TV show, but before it was a TV show, it's a massively epic single through story, right? That shows that the zombies aren't the big threat; it's the people around you potentially are actually the most lethal threat. And so, we set that up as something that's going to be a problem. Just one of the dilemmas early in my book is that you see a group established in this area in Hawaii, but because of pressure, they have to leave, right? They have to leave that area. So when they move into the next area, what's going to happen, right? What friction is going to occur? Well, unfortunately, that'll be a conflict for the next book in the graphic novel. But ultimately, you'll see that kind of people versus people type of situation, because it's a competition for resources, right? It's and an island like Hawaii, resources will kind of dry up pretty quickly unless there's some sort of a resupply. So there's all kinds of questions that kind of go into that, and we're gonna talk about that.
I love that you zeroed in on that. Hawaii is completely surrounded by water on all sides, and the first thing they're gonna run out of is water.
Well, water will be a stress. It won't be impossible, but it definitely will be a stress.
For most people, it's gonna be.
As they turn and they start running into the woods, they're like, oh crap, now we need some water.
Clean water, right? But then again, so will food, right? I mean, there's not a lot of big game on Hawaii that you can just kind of go into the woods and get deer.
There's a whole lot of pigs.
Like
there's a whole lot of fruit,
and whatever you get's gonna disappear very quickly.
Yeah.
Well, and I think what we'll see is people are going to decide whether they can actually do a crab boil with crabs. So we'll see how that
covered that in one book, and it's not a pretty thing.
Yeah,
that's right. It's toxic, if I remember correctly.
Was it 10 seconds, 12 seconds?
That was one of my favorite scenes to write because it's such a military thing. Like, hey, you're the new guy. You get to eat the crab.
How offended they were at first, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, we all did it." They're like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, and then the explosive diarrhea happens, and it's like, "Haha! Well, we all did it."
Right? Absolutely. So I'm looking in the chat, and we've got. So they say that we've got 50 backers already. So
we do 51.
Wow. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Yep. 51 backers at $3,700. Wow. This is great. We're not even an hour in yet, so we're very happy with this. Thank you guys very much. Let's look at the chat real quick. Some of my CFC folks, Hunch the Dirty Roofer, on the small island is overrun with axis deer. Oh, interesting. I'll have to look at it. But
there is some hunting for it. I've seen it.
Do they have a lot of people there?
Yeah, which island is that? Because this book takes place on Oahu, and so which is the big urban, where all the urban sprawl is, which is the enemy of things like game and things like that.
Hawaii has a whole lot of feral chickens.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see. So we got Iron Age Media here. Welcome. Definitely. I love the entire concept of the Iron Age, and we've appreciated you sharing the content. Thank you very much. Let's see. JDA's in the chat.
Well, I do want to go back just for a sec. Iron Age Media. The next issue coming up, issue 4, has got a Land and Sea story set during the Russian Bratva War. So.
Oh, very cool. Very
but
cool.
I saw
and by
John.
the way,
I didn't mean to cut you off because John's on here. And John, I follow John religiously, so he's great.
Yeah. John's a longtime CG and just indie comics guy, so it's good to see him here. Got Natalie in the chat. Welcome, Natalie. Hope all is well with you. So I've dropped the link. So I've got a tweet in the chat here. If you guys would be so kind as to jump over on X and to retweet this, I would appreciate it. Let's see. Let's let people know about this live stream. We'll be going for a while here this evening. So we still got plenty of time to get people in here. So that would be a big help if you guys would do that. All right. Let's see. Let's see what else. Hey, Sean, real quick. I know you got to take off here soon. Yeah. You want to go ahead and plug your channel and let people know where they can find you and what you got going on here?
Yeah, sure. You guys can find me at Potentially Criminal here on YouTube and everywhere else. I'm still not banned off Twitch, surprisingly, at this point. But I got my show at 9:30. There's a lot to talk about. New York is seeking to outlaw Glocks because they're fun. and easily modifiable switches.
Well, they are fun.
Yes, but they're specifically being picked because of the switchies. Trump's case down in Florida has been put on hold indefinitely because it turns out the FBI kind of manufactured one of those famous photos they put together of all the top secret stuff sitting around. And
Shocking.
They're just now admitting to it. So what exactly did happen? We don't know. Down also in Florida, there's the video. I don't know if you guys have seen it, of the police knocking on the door of the airman, and the guy answers the door with a gun in his hand, and the cop just loses his crap. Sadly kills the guy. That came out today. Hunter Biden's gun case surprisingly is going to continue.
No kidding. That's a big surprise to me. So
I actually am surprised. I thought it would get killed off, but no, it's going to go for a while. And then Scott, this is up your alley. The U.S. soldier went to Korea.
Oh yeah.
Went to Russia. Yeah.
Yes, Sergeant Black. He decided to take a unauthorized stop in Vladivostok on his way home from Korea.
Have you guys had your weekend briefing about that yet? Don't go to
Who
Russia.
the hell vacations in Russia?
His girlfriend.
Well, he's a Russian prostitute, probably.
His honey pot.
Yes,
exactly right.
And then in good news in Colorado, their assault weapons ban crashed and burned. So for now it's good. But we'll see. And then Daryl Brooks, the guy who ran over all those people in Wisconsin, actually had his chance to go to trial again, and he kind of tapped out, sadly. So I was looking forward to him acting out again, but he gave up, I guess. So.
Well, so definitely, Sean, you've got a lot on your plate over there on your channel. So we appreciate you for what you do. Thanks for coming on tonight, brother.
Sure,
and
sure.
I don't want to hold you any longer.
Thanks, Blaine. Thanks, Brent. We'll see you guys around.
Absolutely, Sean.
And Scott,
yes.
I know it's kind of like this is your project here. I know that you've been putting together. So congrats that you guys are getting the backers, and I hope that looks like $1 million won soon.
Yeah, I know, right?
10 million won.
The way these go is that your first 48 to 72 hours, your middle of the campaign. So usually they come in threes. So we'll have a lot up here up front. It'll slow off and plateau, and then we'll see a big spike at the end. So
we're at 55 now.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Sean, for being here. And I know you were sharing out the link and everything too. So appreciate your support, brother.
Of course. And I'll see you guys around. Take care, everybody.
All right. Take care.
Bye, guys.
Later.
All right. Please get off politics. Yeah. Just $2 super chat from Space. And we're not doing this is not the normal content of our channel here today. So we're focusing on the launch of Land&SEA Paradise. And as we go on, we might broaden it into comics more general. I know here's a topic that I would be very interested to know about. Brent, I know you kind of got your start in
comics.
Comics.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell folks about that? I mean, because it's a legit.
Yeah, it's funny. I hear a car door. I have a feeling my wife's about to come in. Hold on.
I love it. Real life, live on stream.
About timing. So right around the time I was graduating from college and had a day job, and so I was executive by day and drawing comic by night. And it was funny because I broke into the comic book industry in the 90s, right when Marvel filed for bankruptcy twice and DC filed for bankruptcy 3 times. And I had a great interview with the president of Marvel Comics on the floor of San Diego Comic-Con. He's like, yeah, you're great. I'd hire you right now if I wasn't laying off 60% of my workforce. But he's like, I just got the latest, I don't even remember I think it was the latest Wolverine from John Romita Jr. Do you want to see the pages? I'm like, yeah. So the whole line of people doing portfolio review interviews with the president of Marvel Comics. We just wrapped around this big giant table and spread out all the pages from John Romita and
oh my gosh,
out over how cool it was. So it was a weird time in comics in the 90s of everybody going to war with each other and Honestly, I would say that's probably the beginning of the nuance behind the comic industry now, because now, to my knowledge, comics are a loss leader for the companies that produce them. They literally are looking to sell the movie rights. That's where the money is, merchandising, stuff like that. It's not in the comics.
Except
Yeah.
in the
That stuff
indie space, it's very different.
Yeah, in the indie space, it's totally different now.
What?
I was in the indie space in the 90s, and it was painful, but everybody there was doing it for the love of comics,
Right.
which was really kind of cool.
Well, the interesting thing that I've noticed is that, you know, the margins are so much bigger in indie comics than they are in, because you just don't have the overhead that these
Right.
big companies have, right? And let's be honest, they have to make more comics for less money, right? They're probably, you know, like a Marvel probably only makes money on the top 10 to 25% of their books,
Yeah,
maybe if that,
I bet
right?
it's not-
Everything
I bet it's
everything
lower.
else is a loser, right?
Yeah, but ultimately they're building IPs. Each one of those is a brand that they
Right.
can, you know, sub-license out.
Well, well, let's be honest. I mean, I don't want to get too far down this rabbit hole, but, you know, that's their argument, is that, hey, we're an IP factory. But when you're destroying the IPs through reasons, right?
Yeah,
and like I said,
that is a weird nuance, because you have, like, when you think about the amount of money that goes to those companies, most of that money is paying for people, and it's paying for really, really high-end real estate in New York.
Yeah.
And you're like, if the people are not good, then you are just flushing money.
Yeah.
And there's another number of companies in a variety of the creative industries that have massive overheads that are going to just, you're blowing it right out your butt. But yeah,
the economic model of comics makes sense to have your comic company in like an office park in Scranton more so than it does to have a high-rise building in you know, Manhattan.
Yeah, and I would even argue it makes far more sense to have your comic book company be 100% virtual company and not pay for a location. You don't need it.
That's exactly right. So, like, you know, for instance, in crowdfunding comics, the only thing that you need to be able to do physically is fulfillment, right? And either you can fulfill, like I fulfilled the first Door Kickers campaign out of my bedroom, right? You know, like stacking up boxes in the corner and things like that. And then you know, or you could just hire a fulfillment company or have somebody, you know, like an agent do fulfillment for you. And generally they are, you know, they do that on a regular basis. So, you know, it's kind of like,
and they'll probably do it better than you would have done anyway. So it makes more sense.
Exactly. And so, you know, like, and that kind of goes back to the idea of core businesses, right? If something isn't your core business, why are you trying to spend money to do it as good as another business that focuses purely
and
on
letting
that?
it absorb so much of your creative bandwidth.
Right.
You know, I mean,
That's
what
exactly
Blaine has me, really. It's just to take care of all the other visual stuff. He doesn't want to do that.
Well, people, I think the biggest problem, and if you follow John on Fandom Pulse, you see this a lot. They're not just telling good stories. What they're doing is they're pushing different narratives. Whether you like those narratives or not, it's irrelevant. Okay, it's just people don't want. I want to read fiction to get away from the real world.
Yeah.
I want to read comic books because I just want to be entertained. I just want a good story with really cool, crisp art. That's what I want.
Right.
And these comic companies have wandered away from that. And that opens the door to a lot of guys who have done fantastic work. You know, and you look at Eric July, you look at Ethan Van Schreiber. You know, those guys, regardless where you fall on their little personal tiff or not, it doesn't matter, because what they're doing is they're great creators and they're selling great stuff. Mike Barron falls into this, and he's done stuff that is radically different and radically cool. And I'm sitting there and I have killed all of my mainline subscriptions to comics. I'm buying only indie stuff at this point.
Yep. Same here.
And I've been enjoying it so much more.
Right. Yeah. You don't have to. That's right. I feel like there is a fundamental compromise that has to happen nowadays. Right. So, like, you know, I know the main thing is the kind of the right versus left, but let's say you're a person on the left, right? And you want, and you're a I'm a I don't know what a leftist is exactly, but I'm a leftist person, and I was a Green Lantern fan back in the day. But then I'm told by and I don't focus on politics, but I vote for Democrats, right? And then so I hear one day that, well, did you hear that this guy, the artist for Green Lantern, Ethan Van Sciver, he's a bad guy, right? So you can't but I still like Green Lantern. Why would why do I have to make that choice, right? And so this is what's new, right? There have always been divides, between the creators and a good percentage of the customers. But now they're trying to draw the lines, right, and make sure that, hey, listen, there's these purity kind of tests that are going on, and if you support Ethan Van Sciver or Eric July, then you are like them, right? And so people stop buying their favorite artist stuff because, well, he voted for Trump, or he voted for Biden, or he voted for whatever, which is the stupidest reason ever to kind of attach your now, I personally happen to be a conservative, and I don't want to talk about the politics of this. What I want to talk about is the fact that for all my life, I've had to basically enjoy media, movies with, like, I love Robert De Niro, right? I mean, he's as left as they come in Hollywood, but I don't care, because Robert De Niro on the screen is not the guy who is, saying things about XYZ politician, right? Now I know a lot of people will not appreciate content. Another great one, a great example of this, Tom Cruise. Now, I don't know what his politics are, but I know he's batshit crazy because he's a Scientologist, right? I mean, but I still love his stuff, right? I love the new Top Gun because he doesn't bring that crap into his movies. He just makes a cool movie, right? That's ultimately what we want. We just want cool stuff. That's all we want.
It's interesting because we, all of us come from arguably a different generation than the Norma. I'm not saying we're getting older, but we're getting a little grayer. It's interesting because I know that I never cared what the political leanings were of the people I was gaming with. I never cared what the political leanings were of the people that I was at the comic book store. In fact, I personally really enjoy being around a wide variety of people that have interesting ways of looking at things that I don't. I enjoy that. And I've always seen comics and games and things as the place where we can all come together. Let's take the real world, offset that over there. Let's blow up aliens. Let's invade intergalactic planets and stuff. Like, that kind of stuff is a lot of fun to me. And yeah, for me, for some reason, it just never seemed like I needed to cross the streams there, so to speak.
I've never understood the logic of, it's not that, hey, I don't want to read from this writer or see this artist's work, to where it shifted to, not only do I not want to see this work, but I want to make sure no one else ever sees it. And that, when you cross that line,
that's a threshold.
That was the Rubicon that got crossed, and it's wrong. What it's done, and I'll focus on the positive side of this, we've gotten some awesome independent comic stuff. And I mean, I bought one where it was like a father-daughter doing a comic, and
right.
The guy made some comments online that I didn't like and stuff, but he was like, hey, my 12-year-old daughter and I did this comic. I got it. It was really freaking good. And I'm just like, look, if you're a guy trying to get one going, I'm all over it, and you support those guys because they're out there doing what they want to do. They're just trying to entertain people.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, it's, I don't know. The only place I tend to hold grudges is on the corporate level, but that is a different. This is not the live stream for that. No. So let me pull us back into Land&SEA. So guys, we have 4 covers, right? And this is not to try to get you guys to buy all the covers. This is to try to give you a cover that you want, right? And so we have 4 very different covers, and I thought what we could do is go through each one of these real quick. So let me stop the share here, and I'm going to present the covers. And so we'll just go through these one by one, and we'll kind of talk about which ones we like here, and maybe which ones, because all of them have a different kind of feel, right? And so this is the first one that I want to talk about, because this is, so let me talk about, this I hate to see this, man, just you bought them all, so
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys very much. This is the cover by Doug Franchin. Now, Doug Franchin is the interior artist. Now, I don't know what your guys' philosophy is, but how many times have you seen a cover on a comic, right? Especially one that you think, oh yeah, this is a comic that I would generally like. I love this cover. I can't wait.
Primary
to check out
cover
the art.
should always be done by the internal artist. Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Absolutely
Variant
right.
covers, by all means, run amok. If Jim Lee wants to come in and do a Paradise cover, I'm all for it.
That's right.
But that doesn't mean Doug's not in there. Doug's is done first.
And let me be honest with you. Me and Doug went through a couple ideas, and I thought about this one, and this is actually, I feel kind of proud of myself here. Pat myself on my back using my art degree. I actually drew up a little, like, an idea and sent it to Doug. And of course, my idea looks like, I might actually have it sitting around here somewhere. But oh yeah, here it is. You can see the dog shit so this is what I gave him. Right? I mean, I can make myself primary here for a second.
We
this
can
is
see what stuff is there. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I gave him, right? And then he makes this, which was just absolutely amazing.
You know what it was? It's that you labeled the water. That's what made all the difference.
It reminds me of the cover I drew.
We have a Watcher sighting in the chat. Sorry you can't be here too, Watcher. God knows I need your help juggling things, but appreciate you're able to jump in the chat, and we'll be here for a while, so feel free to say hello later on too if you want. We've got a little Tactical Wisdom Joe Dolio action going on here. Welcome. Guys, if any of the folks that, Joe or anybody else that would normally be on the show, if you want to come in and say hello, and make fun of us for being nerds, feel free to come on in. I think you guys have the link, but just DM me if you don't, you want to come in. All right, so this is the cover from Doug, and he absolutely knocked it out of the park. I love the kind of the contrasting colors with the orange and the greens and the blues. We saw this, I think, originally. I can't remember if we saw this. No, I think we saw this in color, because I remember I shared with you guys the original kind of low resolution layout, and I think he did that in color. So the color was a big part of this design in the beginning. So I was very happy with this. And it's hard for me to say that I have a favorite, but if I do have a favorite, this one is vying for that number one spot. But there's 4, and I like them all. So let's go on to the next one here. So let me get rid of that. So then we've got, this is cover B.
Yep.
I call this the Joe Dolio cover.
Right. This is the Tactical Santa Claus cover.
Yeah.
Joe is absolutely. You announced Watcher, but I did announce you, Joe. I saw. I said it as I saw it in the chat. Yeah, absolutely. See, Joe, you get a visual representation on a cover before Watcher does. So you should be feeling pretty good there. But yeah, this is the Tamhon Sin cover, and he's one of the guys that you referred me to. Now, what else has he done prior to this cover? I know all these guys have got pretty big resumes, Brent. But what are some other things? Because these guys have worked within the Land&SEA world before this, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. I've been working with Tan Tan and Marco both for multiple years. By the way, there's a note in here that says my mic is low. You may want to.
Okay, let me see if I can get that.
I've usually been accused of a lot of things, but being quiet is not one of them.
Yeah,
so.
that's
all right. I bumped you up like about 25% there. So
cool. Yeah. So Tan is a phenomenal illustrator. I believe he's out of Malaysia, and been one of my main cover artists on BattleTech for multiple years. The guy's a total workhorse. He's incredibly good and flexible. And what was fun is when I told him the idea, like, here's what's going on. It's in Hawaii. Here's the main characters. And he came up with this, and I'm like, that looks like a Hollywood movie poster to me right off the bat. Like that's the big
right.
Sexy. So yeah, and of course that's Tan. His delivery is always amazing. He never fails to impress. So yeah, he did Flotsam of War cover. He is doing a whole bunch of the artwork for the Aliens for me. So yeah, he's going to be a long time artist for all of the things you see at LAND&SEA. He's a great guy.
Yeah. I really like this one too, and this came very quick, right? So
it was like 3 days. It was ridiculous.
Hey, we got a YouTuber spotting there in the Mexican Ironman, not a YouTuber. Nice. Welcome. I know you're on the road, or else you might jump in here with us. So hope you have good travels, and thanks for backing, brother. This cover came very quick. I mean, he's working digitally, painting digitally on this, and it's just what amazes me is how quickly some of these digital painters can do something. And I really like, he does things in this that are like little details that are just really cool. So let's look at the mech.
Yeah, you got to zoom in on that graphic.
Yeah, there is this. So this is Thorpe's mech. This is the mech. This is the kind of the hero mech for the book, and its nickname is Kraken or Kraken. Tomato. And so this is the kind of the the artwork, the nose art, if you will, on his book or on his Asher,
his rig.
Yeah. And so, and then you've got, what I like is that he's got the other three main characters. So you've got Thumper, which is Mandy's dad. And so Mandy, who's kind of the leader of the group. And then you've got Greg. And the interesting thing about Greg is that Greg is like, he's what you'd call like an REI or North Face kind of outdoorsman, right? Like he excels.
I think he comes across exactly like that on that cover.
Right. And he's not yelling. She's yelling because that's her war fairies. He's grim determined. He's scared shitless, right? And and like a good scared soldier, he's not firing his weapon, which is this is a common problem actually. And by the way, we can get into this later, but these weapons, these are all accurate representations of the small arms that we see. This same small arm actually in the Marines use that you focus. What is it? Book 2, I think we get a lot of kind of dismounted Marine work, right?
We actually talk about it quite a bit in Book 1, in fact.
So Book 1, you see more Marines.
Good one.
No, you see a lot more of the Marines in Book 1. Book 2, it tends to be an army focus.
Yeah, right. That's right. I remember that. Right.
Yeah,
now.
one of the
But anyway,
first things we did is we knew we wanted. You guys remember when Halo came out, and the fact that they all had weapons that were clearly very similar to like real world weapons, but just a little bit more sci-fi. So we wanted signature weapons for ours, so that it was clear when somebody looked at an image from LAND&SEA that was an image from LAND&SEA. And one of the easiest way to do that was to create near realistic weapons that were signature. So these were all actually created and designed by this brilliant German illustrator that I got a few years back from working on European Shadowrun. And the guy's one of the greatest designers I've ever seen. He's actually the one that designed the very first Asher that we did, the Lion. And so he did a full design of, he actually illustrated every single part in the disassembled weapon as a working, functioning mechanism. And then we had that modeled. So actually being able to turn over to the illustrators, here's the models of all of the weapon configurations for this. Go ahead and run amok. Yeah, so Tan took that, and that's why, like 3 days later, it's because we gave him 3D models for all the difficult stuff, and he's just like, okay, well, now I know how to put it all together.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Remington to call us and actually say we want to buy it.
Right?
So that's the ACR 25, right? Is that what that is? Okay, oh, that's right. Actually, Battle Brother Law in the chat said it too. So great minds. Yeah, Joe Dolio there, are my favorite Jarhead. Absolutely endorsing the legit Marine action in the first book. So and Falto is one of my favorite characters, right? And she's got a real dilemma the last time we see her. So I think this new book that's coming out, we'll see a little more of her in that, right?
Well, she's the main focus of book 6, which is Tides of Redemption, which is her redemption arc.
Yeah.
She's the main character in that, but Falto is in the new trilogy.
Yeah.
Which is just, it's fun going to her, but she's not like the focal character of that. But you get to see her in action with some other characters. And that's what's fun about an ensemble cast is I get to assign people, I can pull characters and put them together for some interesting and unique combinations. And yeah, it's just fun. She's a great character. I love the fact that her first reaction with Adam Kane is to call him Grandpa. Yeah. He's like, "Do you want some crayons to eat?" And she's like, "No, Grandpa." And it's like that's the two of them as the story goes on.
So let's move on to cover C. Now this is Marco's cover. Now we get some similarities here, but we definitely get something different because you're starting to see a focus on the bad guys here a little bit in the background. All right, so I mean, and as you can see, the guns are consistent with what we saw on the previous image, and I think that kind of technical consistency is something that especially in mecha. Fiction. People are they want to see that kind of technical because they want to geek out on the equipment and what the loadout is. And I could see people saying, I'm going to have I'm going to copy Mandy's loadout from the book, right? When they do her, when you have a role-playing game potentially down the line. And so we need to be able to talk about that.
Well,
exactly.
I live for and I saw somebody post one the other day of, hey, he had all the stuff to make his Asher pilot suit. So I'll know we've arrived when we have cosplayers show up at conventions doing
right.
This. I like the one fan posted on this. He said, "Oh, look, it's the Santa Claus Gina Carano cover."
Right.
And all I can think of is The Night the Reindeer Died with Lee Majors and Scrooged.
Big money in the chat. We got a Chris Weatherman Angry American alert. Blaine, you had him on Writers Fix Problems with you here. Yeah.
Hey,
this is the author of the Going Home series. Angry, if you've got the time, I'd love to get you in here and kind of talk some nerd stuff with you if you're interested. I don't know if you're free or not. But $50 super chat for the comic nerds. Absolutely. Thank you very much, brother. And we appreciate your support there. Let's see.
Quick shout out here. If you zoom in on the rig right below the cockpit, you'll see the same icon.
Oh, sorry. Wrong cover. I was holding.
Hey, Joe, they said I couldn't draw as good as you. I think I topped you.
Oh, there we go. Here we go. All right, let me get.
You broke it.
This. I know, right? I was. Let's see. I see. This is the whole share screen thing, and you got. There we go.
There we go. So if you scroll in, you'll see the Kraken logo is in there.
Yeah, it's a clean one.
Is that Doug created that logo? And he sent it to Tan. So when Tan slapped it on, then I had to show Marco, so Tan put the logo on there. Can you do this? And Marco has to step up and match it.
Yeah. Well, but his is very clean, and he clearly didn't. He clearly kind of brought it to the next level. So
yeah, he took more time with it. Yeah, Tan cranked it out. I think lock, stock, and barrel. It was 6 days, and Marco actually used all of his deadline, which is a appropriately good thing for an artist to do.
Well, I just want to look at there's a lot of controversy in comics these days about people using 3D models and whatnot. And what you see a lot of times with the kind of, let's be honest, shortcutters, right? Cutting corners is they'll take a 3D model and they literally don't do anything else. They'll run it through maybe a Photoshop filter or something like that, and that's it, right? But if you look at this, let's assume he took a 3D model and he posed it, and then
I actually require our guys to use the 3D models we provide
right,
them, because we got our 3D models, we really dialed them in, and we want to make sure that the miniatures, when they get them in the game, match
they look
art.
exactly, and you can see exactly what it is, because some of these will look very similar, and it's kind of like F1 cars. They're all different, but when you put them all together, it's hard to tell the difference.
Yeah, but you look at every square inch of this thing, and it's completely rendered.
Absolutely, right? Just looking at this little plate here, I mean, he is not cutting any corners on this. He's putting in a lot. Jesus, there we go. He's putting in a lot of time. You look at this. You got the face of Thorpe here in through the window here.
Yeah.
So you can see how that works. It's a very cool piece. And you got the San Diego Padres hat in there. I'm happy about that.
But a lot of it, people don't understand too. These Oshers are very hard for us to design, because we actually have discussions like, okay, if I'm in the cockpit, can I see where my feet are?
Yeah.
What's my side view vision from the cockpit? Because you want to make it so that it's a true piece of military hardware. And a lot of mecha series, and I'm not going to call out any Battletech, they don't mirror what would be functional from a military perspective, like where cockpits are and what they can see and what they can't. And we wanted to get away from that with this series. We wanted to go, look, these are the kind of things, like if you're looking, 20 years into the future, it's not that unbelievable to believe that you could have this hardware. And a lot of our stuff comes right off DARPA reports.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really like about this is there's a lot of realism, built into the to what you guys are doing. I also like that it's near future, but it's far enough out to where, okay, yeah, we've got a new assault rifle, we've got whatever. All right, we joined by best-selling author, Angry American Brother.
All right,
excellent.
The model. The model for the bearded man himself is here. Chris, how you doing, brother?
We spent all day today at Troy's Gate. You guys will see some videos coming out soon on that. That is a sim that I think everybody should have to take. Whether you carry a gun or not, everybody should take that.
That's cool, man.
It is amazing.
So you're on the road. You're in your mobile headquarters, no?
Yeah, I'm in my closet office in the camper here, and we're up in Harmony, North Carolina. Mountain Readiness was last weekend. We're still here, going up to the G Camp tomorrow for some stuff, and then over to Blairsville, Georgia on Saturday, and then finally start heading home Monday. So.
Yeah. It does my heart good to know that. So my daughter is going to be going to school in North Carolina next year. So it does my heart good to know that I got a lot of solid Americans in the proximity of that part of the world, just in case I need to send her in the right direction.
There's only a whole lot of them here in this particular North Carolina area. It's pretty full of them. So
yeah, absolutely. The G Camp, of course, is the one that I'm most familiar with. But there's a lot of people off the grid out there, so very good.
Oh
yeah. So Angry, we're talking Land and Sea here today. I know you're a comics fan. What?
Well, because I sent you that message saying I want to start looking at turning the series into a graphic novel. And fully illustrated, the whole thing. Yeah, Blaine, my idea. Suck it.
No. We already beat you to it, man. But if you're going to do it, your series is really good because you could tell some different stories that aren't in the book.
We can always do side adventures and all kinds of stuff of Sarge and the Three Musketeers, running around doing stuff. I mean,
so just we're getting a little off the cover discussion here, but it's apt that we're talking about this now. One of the things that I thought about immediately when you told me about your idea of creating the the graphic novel. So in the book, my favorite time gap in the book is shot in the back of the head and then all of a sudden wakes up in the cabin, right? That would be an awesome graphic novel. I mean, so basically you're starting, like, the opening page is her gun going off right into and grazing the back of his head. That's the splash panel on the first page. And, let's be honest, who's buying this? This is not for people who probably, I'm going to buy it and I've never heard of these books. No, it's the book fans that would be buying it. And I think that would be a story that people would love to have told. And that would be a great introduction to Sarge and, Thad. So it's like the three big supporting characters all together trying to get this wounded man back to Sarge's place. So that was the first one that just popped into my head. There's some other good ones with when she splits off with her family and he goes home and then all that stuff goes down at the so there's a lot of kind of opportunities there. You've left those stories off the page. So well, and imagine too a graphic novel depicting the intake at the DHS camp, when it's at night, dogs and light towers and let's be honest. We all remember that scene in Schindler's List, right, where they're processing the people, like and there's all these naked people, right, and there's nothing sexy about it. It's absolutely horrifying. And I think just seeing that kind of come to America, which is exactly how I view something like that. And especially when you start seeing them pulling people out based on questionings and things like this and separating families, that is an American horror story waiting to happen. So there's a lot of potential in your stories for those kind of graphic representations, because let's be honest, there's something about a graphic novel, or let's be honest, it's a comic book. There's something about a comic book that just hits differently than making that story up in your head. Brent, we were talking about that earlier with especially the bad guys, right? I mean, people would just really only have imaginary ideas of what the villains in your books in your game, right, look like. But now we're going to start to see it, and I think it is just a cool opportunity all around.
There are so
and look at the artwork you guys are creating. This is cool.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's cool.
I got to tell you, what's great is there's so many guys like Angry American that have series out there that are massive hits. You look at what Jason Anspaugh and Nick Cole have done with Galaxy's Edge and some of that stuff. There's a ton of wonderful material out there just waiting to get into a different set of hands. And that's what a comic book does. It puts it in a different set of hands.
Hey, Blaine, what about a graphic novel about Blue Dawn?
I'd love to. I would love to. I got to finish the series, but after I get done writing the core books of the series, my goal is to write a lot of the side stories that you never saw.
Yeah. That's another world that there's a ton going on that you just see that's happening off the page. So speaking of on the page, here we go. This is cover D. This is so if you are
that's just brilliant, man. I don't know who came up with that.
I know. It's if you are backing the 48-hour limited edition cover. First of all, let me explain how that works. So 48 hours, in 48 hours, it's gone. You may or may not have the opportunity to ever back it again. But for the first 48 hours, we have the man himself, Brent Evans, has created his cover. Now, Brent, you told me that you were really thinking along the lines of like that Dark Knight Returns cover, like the the famous kind of the silhouette of Batman.
Well, and there was a
some-
great Hulk one by Dale Keown
Right.
where it's just the Hulk, and it's almost all so like there are some really good, solid noir ones where it's almost like it's reduced to a graphic. You know what I mean? Like there's so little there, but there's so much storytelling in the form. And for this one, like any good story, to my mind, it comes down to key decision moments or key moments where your decision is robbed. And in this one, right off the bat, the character gets knocked off the ship. He's not in an aqua, like he's sinking. He's like, like the battle's up there and I'm down here and I'm going like I'm sinking. There is no easy reset button for this. This is the moment where everything changed for the character. And so this idea, in fact, you'll notice like a lot of times, like composition wise, you'll have the main character centered in the thing. I very intentionally like sunk him almost off the bottom of the frame. In fact, I think 2 of the mock-ups I sent you to choose from actually had it going off the bottom of the page as it's sinking beyond the frame. Just to get that storytelling.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's just one of the things that I like about this. There's a lot of storytelling going on in this, right? It also has, and as Watcher kind of tongue-in-cheekily throws, it's the the mecha remake of the Nirvana Nevermind, the naked baby.
That's not where I was going with this, but I'm so going to use this on my album cover. I'm just putting that out there.
Well, but I was on a live stream yesterday with Mint Salad, and she one of her co-hosts was saying he was zooming in. Can I see the dangly bits here? You like the baby and the. And I was like, come on now. It's a robot. It doesn't have genitalia.
Well, there was a moment, and Brett and I had a brass balls moment where, because Keen's call sign is brass balls, I said I would like on his Rhino a trailer hitch hanging in his crotch with brass balls. And we actually had this long debate about, are we going to show testicles in the Land&SEA universe? And Brent's like, the guy in the Army definitely would do that, but we're not doing it on a cover.
Yeah, just not on a cover. Just not putting it on a cover.
Yeah.
At least not.
Brass truck nuts. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Real quick, let me $10 super chat. Battle Brother y'all. Will there be add-ons to purchase to help hit stretch goals? So the way it's working, this campaign, we're keeping it fairly simple. We're just mainly selling books. Now, there are items that will be added. Actually, this might be a good opportunity for us to talk about. Let me just kind of clear these out here. And let me pull up the campaign and we can talk about this because I think this is a good point that we haven't covered yet. And Chris, I want you taking notes here because we need to think about what the campaign for the going home graphic novel is going to look like. What do you want to sell? But let's see. Let me change the Watcher. I need you here, brother. All right. Let's see. I want to share screen. There we go. All right. So essentially what we've got here is...
I think the nuts and the mech should be 2 brass monkeys.
Right.
That's what mine would be. Brass monkey.
That funky
monkey.
So little blasphemous Beastie Boys there. So if you look at the campaign and you go down to the bottom, by the way, we haven't got to it yet, but we're going to talk about interior art here in a little bit. If you look at it here, you've got our stretch goals, right? And so the idea is we're selling just the books, right? That's what we're selling here. With no t-shirts, no hats, none of the kind of ancillary items that a lot of campaigns have, just because for this first one, we want to A, keep it simple, and B, we want to gauge where you guys are at. And we will be sending out emails for you to give us opportunities to tell us what else you want to see in futures. But essentially, the first stretch goal is at 10,000K. So I don't know where we're at right now. Let me do a refresh here. almost at $5,000. So we're at 4,800 with 74 backers. Thank you guys very much. If we get to 10K, then everybody who orders something gets a free bookmark. Okay, well, a bookmark's not a big deal, but as we keep going, then we will add more to that. At 15K, we're going to add an additional 8 pages of story to the book, right? So that's more value for every book out there. So it's essentially something additional that everybody who buys the book gets. At 20K, we get a bonus print. So every order will also receive a 11x17 print, and that'll be folded, and included in the package. If we get to 25K, that's a bonus art gallery added to the back. So what does that mean? That's all the kind of the character designs, a lot of the kind of stuff that Doug came up with, but we'll also be adding some of the kind of designs for other things that will probably see light of day in source books and whatnot. But this would be the first opportunity for you guys to really see that stuff. At 32,000, if we get to that point, cover E will be unlocked. So what's cover E? Well, it's a cover that we are going to start sharing out there in the near future that you would then be able to buy if we get to that level. So it is another variant cover. So if you're a completionist and you got the clean sweep, and I think it was Hunch asks, so Scott, I got the big pack, so that's all the covers, right? So if you got the clean sweep from the launch, that's all 4 covers. If it did not get a launch email because you didn't sign up, you can do the 3-pack and then do the cover D as an add-on, and that will give you all 4 covers. So that's the way to get all 4 covers at the best price right now. At 39, we get a cover quality upgrade. So we'll add basically like a soft touch matte laminate to the cover. Once again, it's an additional value on the book. Would be the no charge for anybody else here. At 75,000, we get a new cover sticker. Brent is back as soon as there we go. Let me get Hunch's thing off Brent's face.
Sorry about that. Difficulties.
We're going to add a cover sticker at 45,000 for every purchase. You'll get that image, and what that'll be is a cover sticker for probably book 1. But we may do a poll on that. You tell me which cover you want a sticker of. And maybe it's more than one. At 50,000, now this is the big one I'm excited for. Blaine, you have rogered up that you are ready and willing to throw an original short story set in the Land&SEA universe in the book, and we will put that directly in the comic. So you will, if you get a copy of the comic, and we hit 50,000, then you will get a copy of that story. So definitely something I'm excited about. At 60,000, we'll unlock another cover. We got some very for these higher level covers. When you tell me that you guys are going to back us to 60,000, that gives me a lot more money to play with to hire artists, right? And so maybe an artist that is, a little prohibitively expensive for a campaign that hasn't been backed yet. Or for, maybe I can then, wave the money under their nose and they'll do it, right? So I've got a couple lines on artists that I would love to have. I just can't afford them at this point. And then at 100,000, we have a special guest cover. And should we show the special guest cover, guys?
I think you already have.
We already getting towards it, but
it's unshow it after it shows up because he kept.
I know
on the screen.
Well, I figured that part out, but let's go ahead and show it again. I mean, the people want to see it. This is done by a man who needs no introduction. He has done a lot of work in the BattleTech world, so you might know his work from there and a couple other pretty major franchises. But that is none other than Blaine Pardoe. The Blaine Pardoe Book 1 Paradise Land&SEA cover. Absolutely. Unless somebody talks me out of it, this is where my head's at, guys. I feel like we're gonna one up old Joe Dolio, and we're gonna put stick figures right on the cover of the book. So in your face, Joe Dolio.
Hey, I put 8 minutes into this.
But here's the thing though, Blaine. If we use this, accept this, and use it, well, I've got to pay you. So I mean, it's you get like what is that, $100 per minute or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's based on quality. My wife thought this was hilarious. So
yeah, it is hilarious. And okay, are we joking? Maybe. If you guys get behind this and you really want this at 100K, then maybe. But ultimately,
if Boatface could actually be a thing, then I don't see no reason why this couldn't be a shirt, a whole shirt campaign.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. But here's the fun. Just to be a little more serious for a second. When you get out to the kind of point where you're at 100,000, right? You've got the opportunity to do things that you can't do at say 25,000, right? And so as we kind of start unlocking stretch goals, we're going to start adding them, especially above 50K. So you guys have things that you can kind of reach out for. Let's see. Watcher says, okay, but how much and to whom I need to pay to get to paint more mechs? Hey,
Brent, show the crab mech. Do you have one handy that's put together?
Let me grab one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have miniatures. We're just not in production just yet.
So we've been talking about the comic, but what I want to talk about is Land&SEA more broadly, because this is not just a novel series. It's not just a comic. It is a broad IP that is absolutely targeting tabletop gaming. Now, Blaine, you're playing this already, aren't you?
Yeah, actually Thursday night, we canceled our Thursday night game to do this tonight. So yeah, we've been playtesting it. I did the initial design, and it's both somebody wants the Blaine Pardoe original cover. You poor soul.
We could sell that original art. We can auction off that original art.
School of Art, but we're playing these games. We have an RPG and a tabletop game. The tabletop game actually plays a couple different ways. One is integrated to the RPG, the role-playing game.
Oh, very cool.
So Brent's got some mecha here.
There's a rhino.
Look who's decided to show up.
I
just
need
in time
them.
for new miniatures.
And the lion.
I need them. I have a lion, although I must admit I painted it badly and then I stripped it. And when I stripped it, I accidentally, you see the front there where the pilot would crawl up into the cockpit. I accidentally knocked off the little rungs on the ladder.
Now, if anybody wants to know why crabs are a problem,
because that's what they look like.
The scale of
Okay.
a crab to an asher,
And
this is a salt grade asher.
And I've got a boss here.
I need them. I need them.
Now, here's the boss.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's about
Roughly 2 feet taller than an asher.
Telling you, man, the game is a reality, and when you play the miniatures game, you play it. It's designed to be a tactical game at its core. So it's a squad and an asher taking on a couple of crabs and some other aliens. But the next level up on this is kind of a broader battle game where you can field larger units and fight huge battles if you want. So the goal is to be able to have it work at all those different levels.
Well, if you guys decide that you need a broader pool of beta players, just know I might know somebody who has a game store that might love to host these events.
Yeah, you're on the list, man.
Our criteria has been from day one too, that we had discussion about this last week. A lot of people scream they want to be on the list, and it's funny because people won't tell you that they've read the books, and when you ask questions, they're like, I didn't read the book, but I want the game. And our whole thing is we want people who've read the books, at least the first trilogy, to kind of do this. And you actually have to, if you're going to play test it, actually play it, not read the
crab is so sick.
Yeah, it's sick looking. It's really good.
If I may ask, so battle size, is there the ability to be like just as to toss out the big boys in the industry? Is it like GW where we can say, hey, we're playing like a 500-point game or 1,000-point game or 2,000-point game, or is it okay? Cool.
Yeah, and we're doing some really interesting stuff with the map too, because it's not your traditional map. Yeah.
Well, the other thing that's really interesting here is that you could literally transition from the RPG where you're like a solo character and a solo kind of Asher to a bigger squad based type of thing.
Yeah.
You mean it's designed to be originally, and then kind of went off the rails a little bit eventually.
But we had a question, Brent, about the scale, so I'm going to let you answer that.
Yeah, okay, so this is an interesting question.
Do we get to have the all scales are made up conversation now?
Yeah, but in a very short period of time. So, functionally speaking, a 28 millimeter scale is officially rated from the bottom of the feet to the eye line. So, a 28 millimeter scale person would be roughly 32, 33 millimeters tall. And that throws all of the figures out the window when people start measuring from the top to the bottom. So the truth is, we are aiming for a true 28 millimeter scale, which means our human soldier figures are going to be, 33, 34 millimeters tall if they've got a helmet on, roughly speaking. And then all of the creatures scale up from that. So that's our baseline. And the reason for that is because we know that's basically as small as you can go without losing just all sense of detail on things like face masks, weapons, gear that they're wearing, that kind of stuff. So yeah, we meticulously went over what the soldiers are wearing. Yeah, Blaine's got a good example here of a crab that's been painted.
So I will now embody many members of the audience whom I know are wanting to ask this question, and I know what the answer is, and that they're going to get yelled at, and so I'm just going to let you yell at me instead.
Okay. Because I'm all about yelling at fans.
How soon are we going to get the other countries? I want to see Russian mechs.
Oh, so excited. So yeah, just like everybody that wants to know what they're getting for Christmas in June, we absolutely are looking forward to doing all of those countries, especially the main ones that have very unique tech. But we're not going to do it before we can do it right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pieces in the puzzle here going in with making sure the game mechanics reinforce the storytelling we're trying to deliver. Like that whole narrative of gameplay to craft a quality gaming experience. We need to dial all those little core elements down before we start building on top of them. So we are absolutely going to do this. When Blaine and I had our first discussion, literally over beers at a con, and I said, I created a property that is what I want to do for the rest of my life. And I pitched to him. He's like, "Oh yeah, we'll be doing this. This is what we do through retirement. Like this is the playground that's so fun we never want to leave." So with that kind of paradigm,
oh hell yeah,
we wanted to go long on there's no end to the snowball on this one. So go ahead. What's your question, Scott?
No, does a creative juggernaut have a marketing department and or a chief communications officer? And if so, where do I send my resume?
You just right now volunteered.
You're actually part of the team now, Scott.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said it live on the air if I wasn't feeling good about the answer. But that I went through. So just let me kind of do a mea culpa here for the audience. And this is seamless to the people out there in the chat. But I went through some stuff last year in Turkey, and it basically put a lot of this on hold for about 6 months. We originally were going to launch the campaign in October, but now here we are in May launching, and I think it's worked out okay. I know it's not as soon as you guys wanted, but I am in a way better place. And the interesting thing is that everything has really come together very well just within about a 2-month period. Here, we've been working on the story and the art all last year. And this is one of the reasons why I didn't want to say much about it. But the more and more I dive into this world, and the more and more I see, I mean, absolutely, this is literally 40K on the ground floor kind of level stuff. And you know, you look where 40K is now.
While looking for like having the experience of watching what the other companies
what they did wrong.
Like, okay, let's avoid those problems. Let's learn from their mistakes and stuff, and in a good way. So when I crafted this, after I pitched it to Blaine, I actually had a meeting with several game company creators, big ones, including Jordan Weissman. And his answer was, if I could do it over, this is how I would do it. What you've just outlined is the way it should be done right, knowing now what we didn't know then.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why we're being surgical on how we step forward on things, but that's because we want all these items to reinforce each other instead of running one guy up the middle and realizing that was a mistake.
Well,
go ahead.
I think this is one of the reasons people are like, how come we don't have a technical readout with all the Ashers in it? And it's like, look, we could hire an artist who could crank out pictures, but look at what Battletech's had to go through. And I'm not picking on Battletech.
No, it's just a good example.
Into it, but they've had to go through and redesign everything against 3D models, and they found out doing so, a lot of these mechs change their appearance, and they have to in order to be functional as a 3D model, etc. And so there was a big uproar in the fan community because they're like, well, that doesn't look like the Orion I knew, or that doesn't look like a Highlander the way I envisioned a Highlander. You know,
and usually Battletech got away with it because the new designs were really cool. We spent a lot of work on the Battletech designs to make them amazing. But yeah, I mean, like, the truth is, Blaine's absolutely right. They, you know, for any fan that's had 30 years of carrying their miniature around and playing it in games, like, that's the miniature in their head. So anytime you deviate from that, that's tough. You have to literally ask the fan base to come with you down a road that's not what they were expecting, and you just have to do that with respect.
And we wanted the 3D. You got to have the 3D models because then you can hand them off to guys like Scott who can create really cool shit with them.
Yeah.
You know, and that's important, but it also gives us the capability to produce the miniatures and to do all the other stuff. So a lot of that stuff's happening behind the scenes, and it's an important part of what we do. And yeah, is it slow? Yep.
Face huggers. Sorry.
Oh yeah. We've had a lot of, it's slow, but it's the way it's got to be done right. Without pissing everybody off. Now, we do have a couple of little projects we are at liberty to get into right now that are going to help tide some of this stuff over for fans. We hear you, and we're going to respond to you. But, you know, there's some stuff that's coming. It's going to be really cool. But you got to be patient with us because we're like a, 4-person, 5-person shop, depending on, 6 or 7 if you count the dogs.
And although in any live stream, I end up invariably slipping into releasing something that I shouldn't say. So let's just get it out of the way. One of our founding members is Kevin. He's the one that built the 8-foot tall, awesome statue for me when I, helped lead the relaunching of Battletech a few years back. We're letting him build a life-size Asher.
Oh, wow.
So when he says there's little projects going on in the background, we have a lot of these little projects, and little is relative.
So, Brent, let me just tell you because the reason why I'm, the thing I was talking about with, communications, right? Because that's my field, right? Like, that's my profession, from the military and whatnot. But also, there's something special about interacting with the fans, right? And those trade shows where like comic conventions, things like that, where you can set up a corner booth, like on one of those alleyways where you've got 2 big walls of nothing but your art. You've got miniatures in cases. You've got books. And then you've got in the center of the stand, you've got a 12-foot tall Asher rig set up. Oh my God! I mean, that's
you walk into a 10x10 booth at a convention and you're suddenly transported to another world.
Exactly right.
One where your imagination goes, oh man, that'd be so cool. What if? And like that what if moment, that's the lightning in the bottle we're trying to capture at every stage, whether it's the novels, the audiobooks, the comic books, the gameplay, the RPG, the table, all of that all together. It's always that what if moment, like, oh man, I want to do that. I so want to climb in that thing and blow stuff up, and how would I do it, and how would I defend my hometown, all that.
Yeah, and so that's the other thing too. Like one of the things that people kind of got into the whole headcanon of the zombie genre. Like, what would I do in my hometown if the zombies became a thing, right? Where would I go? Who would I want to hold up with? Who would I have to worry about, right? And so this is something you could literally bring into into this kind of thing, like, where you're essentially saying, hey, your hometown, right? Here's how you turn your hometown into
how would you defend your neighborhood? Like, literally, go to Google Maps, print off your streets, play that as your battle map. Like, that right there is unlike anything we've ever seen.
Yeah, if there's so the other topics that I talk about on Future Conflict are about the world falling apart. If there's a reason that I want the world not to fall apart, it's not for the safety and health of my children. It's because I want to continue to see the development of
you want
Land&SEA.
the miniatures. You don't let the world fall apart until I get the miniatures.
That's right.
Don't make me paint them. Just let me get them first.
So
this was an awesome interview the other day. I loved the conversation that you had of, how welcoming Blaine and I were, and to come into the universe.
Yeah.
And tear it up.
Right.
Be yourself. Be creative. Run.
Make this your own. If the first 2 months in writing the story, the hardest thing was that. It's like I was like ready to okay, guys, I'm ready to paint inside the colors in the box, and and I don't want to make any waves.
And we're like,
and it took me a while to kind of get to that, and I started going off in some other weird direction. But then I kind of came back to just the heart of the story that Blaine sent me. And while I had developed characters and some other situations that I wanted to bring in, I really, I respected the work you put into that story, Blaine. And it's it's nothing crazy complex, but it's some with these kinds of action adventure kind of things. You don't want to get too nuts, right? You want to kind of keep the action going, and you want to go from point to point to point. And that's not to say that you don't have some weird arcing kind of things that are going to drop in the future, Easter eggs that will pop up 2 books later, that type of thing. But ultimately, these need to be good, fulfilling stories. They are escapist fantasy, right?
Yeah.
It is and that's one of the things that, right. Well, that's one of the things, the deconstruction of comics that occurred back in the 90s. That was one of the things that the damage that did, is everybody thought, oh, well, I have to write year one every time I write a superhero story, that gets into all this weird kind of, gritty anti-hero-ish kind of stuff. No, just write a story that advances the character and essentially brings them back to the start point, so that you can hand that character off to another creator and he can have his story, And so that's what, we're going to tell a story, a linear story here in this book, but, with the time and everything. So this isn't the beginning of the invasion, right? Blaine, you're what, 18 months, 2 years into the invasion, right?
I'm into year 2. We're just crossing into year 2 with season 2. It's
So where? Yeah, you're fully into Generation 2, and they're looking at Generation 3 Ashers. I mean, like the cool thing about this is you got Gen 1 Ashers plus the one Gen 2 prototype, which is the Honey Badger, right? And so I think that's a really cool kind of thing that we're going to be living.
Gen 2 Ashers and the one Gen 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I got that transposed, right? But and so the thing is that we are kind of encapsulated in that early war days, but we'll probably push forward, and there'll be, like I said, there will be opportunities to get people off of Hawaii and into other parts of the world, and then I'll hand off characters to Blaine, or potentially maybe if I've got a Roman Catholic character, I could send them into the crusade. It's
going to be fun. It's this huge tapestry, and what people haven't, I had somebody the other day ask me flat out, they said, are you, which are the core books? And I'm like, they all advance the story. And there's characters you're going to see in the book that I'm working on right now, which is book 2 of the second season, where you're going to see guys that were in book 4, and you haven't seen them since then, but they're coming back for a quote unquote cameo type appearance. And characters that are minor characters in like Tides of Redemption are actually getting huge arcs in the new trilogy. So they all kind of advance things along. Now, Brent, there was a question about third-party support that came up.
Yeah, I saw that. I took a screen capture just so I wouldn't lose it before it jumped off.
Yeah, I can go back to it.
I assume that third-party Land&SEA support will be a thing in the future for those of us who are a hobby business and or intent to build one. Gosh, admittedly, third-party support is nice, and I like it. We may have to go third-party at first, but having that stuff like in-house would be better. I'd love to find a creative partnership where we could kind of make sure that it is official, it is in-house, it is all collaboration with all of us internally. So it's not completely separated out with third party, because I know there's a lot of nuance between internal versus third party customer support and convention demo area and player support. All that stuff is in the works. But anybody that wants in, by all means, reach out to us. We get to make up our own way forward. We don't
Now,
answer anybody. So.
We are, we're on the beginning of this distributed business model that you're going to see. Like, let's use Watcher, for example. So Watcher's got his own 3D printer, right? And so, there are opportunities for types of licenses that you could potentially sell that would be a limited time. It would be limited regionally. Like, say, for instance, you could say, hey, Watcher, I'll sell you a license that allow you to print miniatures, but you could only sell them in store. You can't sell them online, right? And in order to do it, you've got to use this type of resin, or you've got to have this level of, I don't know, Watcher, there's probably some technical stuff you could spout out here. But the point is that like it would give potentially like a shop like Watchers an opportunity to, pay for legally what people are doing with some of these other franchises illegally, essentially. Or
there's a
variety
variety of ways to do it right. You're absolutely correct. And the truth is, I would say on any of those that want to be a creative partner with us, please contact me and Blaine directly. Our emails are not secret. It's not hard to reach us. So you can certainly just shoot us an email. And the big thing here is help us understand what your capabilities are, so that whatever we do plays well to your strengths and avoids any weaknesses that you have. Because unless you have a massive shop with a full team, everybody's got weaknesses. We've got to play around those to make sure we're doubling down on the strengths and supporting each other on those weak spots so that they don't show through to what ultimately is player impacted. Okay?
Well, and I'll go one step further too. The whole thing about 3D printers, Brett and I have done a pretty in-depth study, as has Kevin and Eric on our team. We took a look at what everybody's doing, and we do not want to spend our money hiring lawyers to chase down people and send them cease and desist letters. 3D printers are a reality, and our miniatures, in some way, shape, or form, we're going to have physical miniatures. Those will be in certain poses. There will be other poses that we will sell the STL files, and you can make as many freaking ones as you want. And because it means people will be playing our game. So we are going to be a company that is very friendly when it comes to 3D printing. Because I think these companies, especially the older ones, and I watch what GW has been doing, trying to fight this. And it's like, it's ridiculous.
It's Metallica fighting Napster back in the late 90s.
Yeah, it really is idiotic. And so our goal is to make those things available. Now, they may not be available at the same time. We've been playing with models where we go, look, the physical miniatures are going to be available, on this day, and then 2 months later, we'll make the STLs available. It may be that type of thing. And they may cost you as much as the physical miniature, but you can make as many as you want. We haven't figured that part out yet. We're still playing with it, but we want to make some money at it, but at the same time, what we want to do is get people playing the damn game.
Yeah, our goal is to get Land&SEA in the clutches of as many players as possible.
Yeah.
So
and embrace the everything that we've got. The truth is, having a sea of fans out there with the ability to produce stuff that we don't have to pay to produce and ship and distribute, that's a good thing. Done right. You do it wrong, and because the legal nuances within the country, it can make or break you. So there's a right and a wrong way to do that. But yeah, we're like, there is a huge amount of stuff. Like, we would love it if the core product ultimately was something everybody could print on their own. Just run amok. Hand out copies to 15 people. Go. It costs you practically nothing, because it just gets more and more people playing BattleTech or playing Land&SEA and enjoying the universe and getting into it. And ultimately, we're not trying to make our paychecks on selling every little thing. We're like, no, the truth is, the value to us is getting as many people and eyes and personalities into this universe that we all build together.
We like to talk about things that GW is doing wrong, right? And so one of the things that I think that they did right is, and this was back around, I want to say it was 2010-ish. And what they did was they made it very easy for video game companies to acquire a license in order to make a video game for their IP. And so you had a plethora of strategy and tactical games and all this kind of stuff that were approved and licensed through Games Workshop. And so what that did was they were not all good, and many of them were terrible. But it's one of those kind of things. A, they were getting that licensing kind of revenue. And B, it was spreading the IP around to people who may not otherwise have even encountered it. And then if that person plays some kind of stupid handheld game and they like it and they like the lore that they touch, and then they're like, oh, well, I'm going to go out and buy one of the books. And then, oh, this game sucks. I'm going to just buy the books, right? And so I think you're right on the money, especially for a growing IP, is to be very agnostic in how you kind of interact with your fans, and just understanding that the interactions themselves, the contacts, right? Those customer contacts are so key, because, you buy the core rules and you're buying miniatures, say from a local 3D printer. That's great. But hey, we're doing a special edition miniature. Oh, well, that's fucking awesome. Yeah. That model's not available on the print files. I'm definitely buying that, right? Because,
you can't fight the technology. And if you try to fight the technology, what you end up doing is fighting the actual fan base. And you don't want to get into a war with your fan base.
No, you want to support the fans. Empower their ability to, like we did with you, run amok, make it your own.
Speaking of me running amok on your thing, I want to. Fair. I want to bring us back to the comic here. By the way, we have surpassed $5,000. Thank you guys very much. We are currently at $5,565 with 83 backers. This is absolutely nuts. So just real quick, why is the money? Well, you guys are already making the book, so why does the money matter? Well, let's be honest. This is all coming out of my own pocket, right? So so this money essentially reimburses me for the money that I've already spent, but it also allows us to then do more things, right? The point is not to get rich off of this crowdfunding. The point is to put all the money essentially back into the book. Plus, if I don't make a profit, then I don't have to pay taxes, and that's always a good thing, right? And so the idea is that the money goes back. So how do crowdfunding comics work? Well, it takes about $6,000 to $8,000 to make one of these comics, and that's before you print it. That's just the art, and that's all the ancillary things that go into the covers and all that kind of stuff. Now, we have more covers for this, so the cost is going to be higher because there's more covers. But that being said, it's worth it, right? You get the product that you want. So it's going to take about $8,000 to cover the cost of the inputs, right? And then beyond that, you've got printing, and you've got the printing of the ancillary items, and that's another $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 depending on how big the order is. And then you're looking at shipping, right? Now, shipping is part of the cost. So this money here includes shipping and handling. So for the domestic books, it's $10, and for international books, it's $30. And if you got one of the bigger packages, I think we tweak it a little bit. I think it's like $5 more for each of those, but because the heavier packages just cost more. And so essentially what you're looking at is a break-even point to fulfill the campaign in the ballpark of about $12,000 to $14,000, just give or take. So, that being said, all of this will be done no matter what. It's just a matter of, because guys, we've been going an hour and a half now, and we're over $5,000. I have no doubt in my mind that we will do better than any campaign I've ever been involved with. And the best one I've ever been involved with was Peregrine, a very fun superhero comic that I wrote. And that did 38,000. So I'm betting if I'm going to put my money down at we're gonna top 50,000. That's my call. Now that's a little maybe conservative. I don't know. I mean, we've got $100,000 stretch goal.
It's good to under promise and over deliver. That's totally
That's right. That's exactly right. Anyway, the point is you will get this book no matter what we do. Because this is absolutely an amazing thing that's going to happen. And let me just show you some of this, what we've already got on the book. Guys, I want to go through some of these pages. These are the pages that we're sharing with the campaign. As we kind of go along, we're going to share some more pages, for in the updates and whatnot. But this is from artist Douglas Franchin. And for those of you who are curious, the colors are Doug as well. So this is actually the first book I've worked with on Doug where he did the colors. And I really, really like them. I mean, if you look down in here, if you look at, this is very painterly, which I'm very kind of, that's what
He did
like.
a great job on the colors on this. They're excellent.
Yeah, and so we've got Mandy here, front and center. This is one of the early scenes in the book where they're just finding out about the invasion. That's why we see essentially they're at a kind of a tourist place because the dad is coming for a visit. She's stationed on Hawaii at Hickam Air Base, and so they've gone out on a day, and things didn't go well. We had an alien invasion happen. So. This is offshore here, and we're seeing this is almost not simultaneously. This is maybe about 2 weeks later. So I think it was like 2 weeks after the initial invasion, the relief invasion comes in, and that doesn't end up well for the Lincoln task group here. I hate to say, if you've read the books, you already know it goes down in flames.
I love how you sum it all up into, and that doesn't go well.
Mistakes were made. So anyway, this is the, before they go in, they have, and here, I thought we'd show some of the black and white art here, just so you could see the detail.
I love the black and white art.
Yeah. I mean, just look at this. I mean, the arm gets just ripped out. He does a really great job of, this is the kind of stuff you can't fake with a 3D model, right? I mean, and this is what I really like about Doug is most of these are actually done completely just off a reference, not using a tracing, like a 3D model tracing. So very impressive there. And I love, it makes me wonder almost. It looks like he physically did this, like with ink.
I think he marked it in. And honestly, I love that effect. I like that way better than the normal fill.
Yeah, I do too, because there's more to it, right? It gives it some 3D to it. Now, this bad guy, this is a new bad guy that we haven't really seen even featured too much. And I mean, in book one, you had these featured. This is what I think those fishermen or whatever come across.
The mermen. They were crawling over the ship in the harbor in Guam as it was keeling over.
Yeah, in the very beginning, right? But we haven't really seen a lot of these. So talk about these real quick. These are aquatic only, not on land, right?
Correct. They're technically called mermen. And the truth is we don't even know about their genders yet. We haven't learned enough yet to understand what we're looking at when we see them. One of the interesting things about our aliens in Land and Sea is that they don't all look alike. Like all the mermen will look different depending on where around the world they are. Same with all of our other species. They won't look like, if you look at a crab or a boss that's in Tokyo, it'll look different than the one that's in LA and different than the ones in London.
Yeah.
And there are reasons for that ultimately will unfold as the storyline continues. But this, we have a core paradigm of who the aliens / master races are, why they are, how they are, and what their tech is. And so when we start from that point, we realize they will arrive with only the most barest, thinnest swath of creatures that they can fit in the ship. And from there, it's a matter of creating other creatures that they will need to expand, much like humans would build machines, humans would build structures, humans would build capacity. These creatures, their technology is biology. So they will create creatures to do all those things. So they recognized that they wanted a creature to engage in surface warfare. And they came up with these creatures. These creatures are hard exo-shelled creatures capable of swimming faster than dolphins, leaping out of the water, climbing through a ship, dismembering all of the crew, and throwing them overboard.
Yeah, so kind of similar to what you see with the Tyranids, where they're adapting local genetic material for their own purposes. I think it's insidious, honestly. Almost a biomechanical, and definitely when you saw Falto's the rescue mission, you've got this. It's not just the people, right, or the individuals. It's the entire kind of thing is very much a biomechanical.
We always think of it as there's a food chain in this. And, you look at these creatures, and especially with the mermen, you're like, those look very similar. Like bits and pieces of this look like a lot of different species within, that's found in Earth. And you're absolutely right. You're totally right.
So this is the same page, only done in color. So it's just kind of cool seeing that process going from one to the other. Somebody in the chat asked about like a black and white version. I mean, that's absolutely a possibility of something that we may do, like a black and white cover, like a black and white naked cover. Maybe for one of these might be something that we could do. We could also do something like that as a poster or a print. So if you're looking at this and you're saying, hey, I wish I had X, but you're not offering that, get a hold of me. My DMs are open on Twitter. That's the easiest way to get a hold of me. Or you can write to these guys, or you can just throw it in the chat. We're open to adding things if they are really what you want.
And it bears noting, this is the first of a series. This is not going to be the only time we do a graphic novel. This is the first of a series of graphic novels. I mean, like Hawaii alone is at least 3. I've been pushing for 4 to 6. So there's a lot of story that can be happening here. And as we go, we intend to offer more items, and including potentially offering more fiction items, offering more game-related items into this, so that the various lines within the Land and Sea franchise are supporting each other. So if you guys want anything, please tell us. We will literally add it to the list of things we plan to release on the next one and go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. We won't make major changes to this campaign, but we can, the idea is if we're doing everything right, if we're all doing our piece right, 6 months from now, we're doing another one of these with a new book.
Yeah.
And so we've got a pretty good opportunity to turn around a lot of stuff in that. So
Scott,
moving on,
we could get to a place where we're doing 3 graphic novel campaigns
a
year?
Yeah, I think we can. I mean, we just need to grow capacity, and then potentially when I retire from my full-time job, which the light is at the end of the tunnel, that would definitely make it easier for me to do more too. So this is page 12 and 13, a double page spread, multi-panel double page spread. Brent, I'm a big fan of these, because it gives you a little more scope. It gives you an opportunity to see. And this is a kind of critical scene too, because this is where you know, the ambush is fully underway here. They're fighting from the back of the boat. And this is where we see the merman just, you know, gets Thorpe off balance, and down he goes, right? And so that's the story that's happening here.
And this is
meanwhile,
one of those scenes that you can only pull off in comics. The other types of storytelling, you can't do this in those. Like, this is just one of those magic things that happens within the genre of comics. And I love the way he tackled this. Not only this sequence, but he does the other things as he's pacing his way through those moments, story beats, as Doug tells the story. He does an amazing job.
Yeah. If I had my way, Doug would be my full-time artist going forward for all of my projects. So he's done everything that I've ever asked him to. So and he works, you know, at a good pace too. So I'm very happy with that. Here we got the sea lion here. Kind of the last stand. This guy's not long for this world, but if you're a fan of mine, you'll know that this is the Peregrine logo that we've added to the crotch of this one. It was on her boobs on the in the Peregrine book, but it's on his crotch. So no after hours humor there. That's right. Here's the color version of that. So it just, as awesome as this is, it always comes to life, in color like this. And we're seeing that palette that he used on his version of the cover here. Got a little bit of the kind of technical side of what's going on here. Blaine, you've teased us with these displays. Some places you've kind of indicated there may be like a helmet type of display, but others it's more of a kind of an interior kind of on the like a HUD type thing.
Oh yeah.
So that's one of the things that I'm hoping that we can show the fans is more of like what it, just kind of the nuts and bolts of how these things work, right? One
of the coolest things about what we've set up with the way Ashers were developed is that like anybody that looks at the way the technology is developed really, really, really fast over the time of serious warfare, there are times where the government just says, okay, we need as many of these as fast as you can. Everybody get in on that. And so you have multiple teams going toward the same objective, but they all take different routes. And so in the storyline, the back story of Land and Sea is, we went through a time where, the industrial complex was told, we need these giant Asher suits. We need something to help combat this opponent. And we got this amazing variety of ways to do that. And so, yeah, it's where you'll see wildly different interpretations on the way tech should work, how it should go. And it's not that any of them are wrong or right. It's if you're on the line, you use whatever is at hand. And that's where you get this amazing variety.
Yeah. All right, let's here's another page. So essentially what happens is he gets knocked overboard. He hits his head because he's a freaking Navy SEAL. You can't tell these guys anything. And so he's not wearing his helmet inside his Asher. And there's one of the little text boxes in here, he actually says, God, I should have worn my helmet, right? And so
he wakes up on the seafloor, seriously concussed.
Right, yeah, with a low 4% oxygen left. And so he has, it's not a neutrally buoyant Asher. And so he basically has to come in on the shore out of the beach. But he's concussed, right? He is not doing well. So he's got to pop the hatch, get out. And that's when he comes out and he's basically passed out on the beach. And this is where he meets Mandy. And this is where we kind of begin our story, because Mandy, we first saw her in the idyllic setting with her dad and her husband. Now we see her in action, joining with Thorpe. And so that's where kind of the meat of the story picks up from here. So, Blaine, one of the downsides about the first book or the first issue or something like that is you have to do a certain amount of setup, right? You can't just jump right into, because if you get too far into the action without any kind of exposition, it's confusing, right? So that's a balance in early stories, right?
Well, yeah, and I think a lot of people were used to what I call the beer and pretzels sci-fi of BattleTech-ish type stuff, where it's like, hey, just give me action and I'll figure out the rest. And we didn't want to do that. These are character-focused stories. These are not about these dangerous plots. The plots are actually very simple plots for these stories. What makes them really work is the characters, and the characters kind of carry the weight of the story. And that's probably one of the strengths, I think, of the Land and Sea series in fiction is, and you've done the same thing. Your characters are what drive the story. The actual plot is incredibly simple. It doesn't have to be complicated, but it's the journey you go on with the characters that really make things interesting, and how the characters interact with each other. And that becomes kind of the crux of this. So we really focused on those first books, establishing a cadre of really awesome characters, some of which we end up killing, but that happens.
Well, but that's what happens in real war, right?
Yeah.
There are some characters that have a rabbit's finger or rabbit's foot in their pocket, and so they make it through it. But also there are Delta Force operators who are the baddest of the bad, who fall in week one of a fight. So you never know exactly who's going to make it. But the plot armor is a thing too, right? I mean, because listen, I mean, this character is unlikely to survive. But yet, like I said, they got that rabbit's foot. And is there some plot armor there? Maybe. But ultimately, you can't just it can't be like a role-playing game where every fatal encounter is a random roll of the dice, because that's the problem with RPGs, is that sometimes your character dies, right? And in order for you to continue playing, you've got to then either make a new character or you step back for a while. And the point of a story is to advance the story, and you can't do that by just murdering everybody.
Yeah, but you also can't do that by making sure none of the key characters die. I mean,
right?
Yeah. So yeah, there's that wonderful balance that honestly I think we've done a good job with. I love the fact that from the beginning, Blaine and I are like, nobody's impervious. Anybody can go down.
Yeah. Well, that's the great thing about Walking Dead, right? The Walking Dead has really showed us how Rick is like the only character from the first season that's even still around. I mean, it's Carol and Daryl. Those are the only three that I can think of.
Maggie.
Yeah, I don't know.
She's got her own spinoff now.
I haven't watched anything since ever since Rick got taken off in the helicopter. I stopped watching it.
Honestly, they lost me at Negan.
Yeah, Negan was kind of tough. There was
a way to handle Negan that you had to tone him down. They toned down the governor and they made him accessible for the show. Yeah. They did not tone down Negan right, in my opinion, and lost. I mean, honestly, I think the figures were like they lost 60% of their fan base.
You talking about when they smashed Glenn's head in?
Yeah.
I actually appreciate the fact that they did that, because that was exactly what happened in the comic. And that was
but there's how do you handle it?
Yeah. I get you. It's if you're a fan of the comic, it's hard to say, hey, I want it different, right? It's like if you're a fan of the comic, you're like, oh, well, I want it to be true to the comic. But I see what you're saying. I mean, you got a different audience when you're looking at a broad based TV.
Yeah, and you have to respect that. Like the governor's the perfect example. He was a pedophile, necrophiliac, incestual guy, and they had to tone that down, because in the comic they're like that. Yeah, that's the way it was in the comic, but there's no way that's accessible on a main screen. 8 o'clock. This is your prime time. No, that's not how you do that. Negan. There's a way to do it that's off camera. There's a way to handle it that's not a gore fest, and that's not what we got.
This is another page. This is just kind of a more of a slice of life. This is the team kind of getting together with some of the others. They're holed up at an elementary school this is where they've kind of rallied around. There's about 2,000 people living in the area where they've kind of rallied up, but this is where most of the military people in the area have ended up, with Mandy's Menace. That's the nickname of the group. And and they're trying to be. This is early days in the conflict, and 2 weeks in, they're trying to help a lot of the civilians. There's not a lot of local security pressure. The bad guys are the aliens at this point. But the aliens are going to notice some activity going up in here. This is just kind of hat tip to the plot of the first book. And they're going to have to get the hell out of there. And so it's going to go from a loosely affiliated group of maybe, 200 people down to a core of maybe like 20 people in the course of the end of the first book going into the second book. There's some loot drops that occur in the beginning of this story, and getting those loot drops, kind of grab some attention. But I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole of what's going to happen to the story. Needless to say, you're right. This is character driven. I try to make these people seem like real people, even Thorpe, who's kind of a I'm a clean cut Hollywood Navy SEAL guy. Even Thorpe has some dimensionality, and there's a great scene early on, actually right after this, between Mandy's dad and Thorpe. It's a great scene. I
like that. That was one of my favorites because it was, it's real world. It's, you are hot shit, but you're here now, and we're here, and
right.
We've been fighting this war for 2 weeks while you were coming out here to sink.
Scrape you off the beach.
Exactly right. If it wasn't for us, you'd be crab meat right now.
I actually, it's funny because like the craft of visual storytelling. One of the things I enjoy about this page so much is that this is really the first time our quote unquote main character Thorpe has been coherent.
Yeah, because he's knocked out, right? Yeah.
From the moment that things came out of the water. Like he went from what the to unconscious remarkably fast, and he's really like he's entered the war zone sitting in an elementary school like teacher's little room with his head concussed and his face all black and blue, going, "We're doing what?"
Well,
I just love how humble that is.
The other thing that's really good, and people, one of my favorite characters that I wrote was Adam King because he's a graybeard. I love the graybeards, the guys who have been there, done that. They've given everything. They're near the end of their career. Those guys are the guys everybody looks up to. And that's Mandy's dad. He is a vet. He has done shit, and, those are the guys that are most important in these types of scenarios. Those are the guys that you want there.
Well, the interesting thing about those kind of guys, and some people say, oh, well, they fought the last war. This is a totally new war. Well, so yeah, that's true. But one of the key things that you learn when you're fighting a war is you learn how not to make the same mistake twice, right? And that is harshly punished on the battlefield. And so guys who have been around war, like her father, Thumper is a former U.S. Army Ranger. He fought in the Russia War. And he was actually on the support team that went in on the what was it Omega or whatever the FBI and Omega raid into Russia. You kind of talk about that very broadly in one of the books. So he was there as a young Ranger NCO on that, and if you think about his age and what year this is, you would know that he kind of joined the military at the end of the global war on terror. So he's caught like pieces of what we've seen happening in the real world right now, right? And so he's been in almost every conflict up until this point. As a U.S. Army Ranger. And if you don't know, the U.S. Army Rangers really specialize in providing direct Tier 1 support to Delta Force and the other associated Tier 1 special operations groups. And so that was the reason I wanted to put a guy like that in here, because he's seen a lot of really different things, and he's been at the tip of the spear throughout his entire career. He was probably if I had to say, he was probably there when the first Ashers were, the Gen 1 Ashers were going. He was either working beside them or he was tested to fight in them. It was Blaine, the way you explain it is it was really the Gen 2s is where they figured, hey, listen, you need to be like a pilot to be in these things, not just putting any soldier in a battle suit, right?
Yeah, even in Gen 1, there's a lot of working out. You're going to get to see some Gen 1 suits in the new trilogy, but they were always an elite group that drove these things, because you had to physically be on top of them, and you as well mentally had to be able to handle piloting a suit. But by the time you get to the Gen 2 suits, they're much more like a cockpit in the inside. You think of the first ones, they were very similar to like Ripley with the loader and Aliens, but with guns, okay? There was some armor, there was, protection, but for the most part, it's a big exosuit. When you get to the Gen 2 suits, they're the rigs you're seeing in a lot of these images, where it's like you're inside of something and driving it,
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing that we're going to see here in this story is you don't have the luxury of a when you have an Asher and no pilot, you have to basically take people who are not Asher pilots and put them in Asher. So it's the shake and bake Asher pilot program that you'll be seeing here in this book. And I don't know if we've seen that in any of your other books yet.
Actually, we haven't. That's the thing I like the most, is that this is the first time we've shown, and correct me if I'm wrong, Blaine, but the first time we've shown a combat group where they have more physical suits than they have pilots.
Yeah. We do have you'll see in the new trilogy, we are training the militia units on the Gen 1 suits, because they found DLA warehouses where they've had these old Gen 1 suits sitting around. They're like, we'll give them to the militia. So you're getting militia pilots trained, but they're going through a formal training program. Whereas what you're doing is very different in this story. And I think it's going to be fascinating to watch, which is what happens when you just take somebody and say, here, strap yourself in.
Well, one of the interesting this is a kind of a throw a ball into the outfield, and we'll get to it later type of thing. But one of the choices I made when you described the battle for Hawaii and why it went the way it went, right? Part of me says, listen, I get it. You can't win every fight. But at the other part of me said, listen, I have to think with my military mind. And why would the 25th Infantry Division, of which 2 brigades are in Hawaii, why would a infantry division have trouble when a much smaller element of Marines were able to handle, albeit in a tough way, what happened at Guam? Well, the reason why is because not all of that infantry division was there. Some of them are on the Big Island, like an entire battalion is probably on the Big Island. One entire brigade is in regeneration, right? And so what regeneration is a period of time when all the old soldiers leave and the new soldiers start to come in, and it's a maximum leave period. And so, and maybe the leadership is away, or, so you've got the 3rd tier guy is the guy who is the garrison commander for that period of time or whatever. And so there were holes in the organization that was there. And so what that means is there were motor pools, or in this case, kind of, morgues full of Asher suits that have no pilots, right? Because their pilots have been rotated out and the new pilots haven't rotated in yet.
Yeah.
And so what there is an opportunity is to exactly what you said, Brent. You've got a lot of Ashers, locked in storage facilities that haven't been touched by a human or alien, that when they identify those, they're able to say, okay, well, this is an asset. How do we get it? And that becomes your MacGuffin for a whole story right there.
Yeah.
Well, and in truth, I wasn't even going that direction with that. I was just thinking from the very, very basic level. You've got Mandy's group. They have 1 trained Asher pilot.
And they've got the ones that they catch off the beach, right? Yeah.
And they pull extra suit off the beach. They're like, okay, what do we do?
Yeah.
And like in classic manga version, oh, just throw anybody in there, they'll be great, and they'll be the hero of the day, and they'll save the whole world. No, that's not gonna happen at all.
No, they turn it the wrong way and they kill themselves. You know, it's like because they break their back.
Face, crush your cockpit.
Well, that's the thing, and it's also one of my very good friends is a pilot in the Army, and he's pilot fixed wing and rotary aircraft, and he's like, I just when switching from one helicopter to another is like a major freaking thing. And that's how Osher suits are. It's like, the concept of MAGA or Battletech and all that type of stuff, Robotech, where anybody could just jump in any cockpit and use it. It's like, no. And the same thing applies when you try and drive a tank. It's not, driving an M1 is not the same as driving a Bradley.
I think it's book 3 when you start going through the training period, and I can't remember if it was Kane's training, but he's talking about like having to do the repairs, in the suit, and knowing exactly how the schematics are, depending on the system, it would be completely different. And you have to do all that by feel, essentially. Yeah. And so the switchology is just absolutely crazy on that.
Yeah. Well, but it's real world. I talk to pilots. I talk to guys who are in the military, and they're like, as much as we would love everything to be standard, it's not. And yes, an M1 driver should be able to drive a Bradley, but their control systems are different and the startup procedure is different. And, it's not just anybody can hop in and go. And it's never going to be that way with the military, because you have all these different contractors providing these parts, and that's not going to go away, even in 20 years.
Yeah.
In fact, I loved that Blaine doubled down on that and gave us that story within the Flotsam of War, where the techs were cobbling together a rig, and ultimately they're like, oh, we need to press this thing in. Okay, welcome to Bleeding Edge Tech. Like, and afterwards they're like, okay, what worked? Wow, some of this actually may be good. But that's the reality of, like, did it work? Is it not going to work? But that's going to need to happen. And a big part of that is because in gameplay, for the RPG, for the tactical miniatures game, for that all that other stuff, people are going to want to create characters that do that. They're going to want to create Asher suits that are completely customized and all their own. And we need to be able to support the fans who like that aspect of it to do that. And Blaine actually pulled that off and made it completely believable with a really good story.
Thank you. Yeah. For me, what's always important too is the amount of technical support required. I think I always get a little, when you read fiction that's military fiction or military sci-fi fiction, they don't ever talk about what does it take to keep this thing operational.
The maintenance, the operator level maintenance alone, what we call PMCS, preventive checks and maintenance services. These are the. I mean, let's be honest. We wouldn't take our Bradleys out every week. When I was a Bradley company commander, we wouldn't take them out every week, but every Monday we were in the motor pool doing our PMCSs, right? And that, what does that mean? That means a soldier has to get his TM, right? The technical manual, the -10, that's the operator level. And he's sitting there going through and says, okay, it's been, this is a 1 month check, or this is a weekly check, or this is a quarterly check, or this is a after action check. There's all kinds of different checks. So, it might be interesting to refer to some of that, because the things that change will be the type of gun you're using, or what the uniform looks like, or the Asher might change a little bit. But what has not changed since probably the 40s are these maintenance standards that you do, and the kind of, so referencing -10s and the technical manuals and PMCS, I think it would be a great kind of, especially it's something I've already planned on doing, but it's something that I think that you could incorporate as well. That just that kind of mundane, boring stuff that the military has to do. And it's not just M1 tanks and Bradleys. You have to do it for Humvees too, right? Every piece of equipment has in the Army has a -10 manual. M4 rifle has them, and so it's anyway. That's just an interesting little piece. That's something that will appear in my story, and I would encourage other writers, and not just you, but any writer in any, if you're talking military fiction, that is just a big part. And I know it's boring, right? But it adds that depth, right, to the story that makes it a little more kind of plausible.
Yeah, well,
there's an interesting thing. Go ahead, Blaine.
Yeah, I've tried to incorporate it. You don't want to write a whole chapter about somebody doing preventive maintenance, but you have to reference the fact that to keep these things going is incredibly painful, and these things, they're really these wonderful weapons of war, but for every hour that they're out there, you're adding an increment of time to the maintenance.
Yeah.
And the combat for an Asher rig is so unusual when they're fighting aliens. Like the idea of this is an Asher rig, but you're going to have to physically grapple with a boss. That's going to put stress fractures on all kinds of things that a normal encounter before we encountered aliens never would have happened. So it makes sense that they'd be going through checking for stress fractures, checking did we pop seams? Did we blow welds? Like what kinds of weird things? Because they're getting all the amount of wear and tear on these rigs in a new type of warfare. Like they have no manual for this. They're going to be making this up as they go, and their lives are on the line every time. I actually really loved the whole Book 3 Battle for Washington. When was it Book 3 Battle of Washington? When Kane is like, just slap this together, just weld that thing up, just bash it, get it functional. I don't care if it's perfect.
Well, Book 3 is the one where they have the battle at the ELF antenna, right? Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Book 2 is what I'm thinking then.
Well, but that battle at Book 3 though is a really good one too, because there's a lot of kind of new kind of pieces to that. You also see new technology that's being used by the fish. Oddly enough, they aren't just sea-bound. That was the first kind of big takeaway. Just because they come from the sea doesn't mean they're bound to the sea. So it's very interesting seeing how that kind of works. So yeah, absolutely.
It's great that Blaine is a tactical gamer, because his ability to like unravel weird, unique things, like, okay, now here's how we should fight it, here's how we should play it, here's how it would go. It's remarkable.
That's fun.
All right.
Huge shout out, by the way. We're now like the if you go to Indiegogo, we're the top popular campaign there. That's exciting. 87 backers right now, I think.
Yeah. 87 backers at $5,683. Thank you guys very much.
That's awesome. Thank you guys so much.
If you're listening and you have it backed, jump in there. I'd love to get the 90 backers here this hour. That'd be awesome. Guys, this is a really strong start, and I'm very happy about it. By the way, I could keep talking all night long, but I want to respect your times. How much longer do I have, you guys?
I'm never going to sleep.
Yeah.
Right. I'm so excited about this. I couldn't sleep if I wanted to.
Well, Blaine, Blaine, I know that we still got the regular, Friday morning show.
I don't know if I'm going to be on that tomorrow.
I saw Joe in the chat says I got to go to bed. Somebody's got me waking up on Friday for a YouTube show. By the way, that's a good opportunity for me to plug my channel. If you're here and you've never been in the Future Conflict chat before, this is my normal kind of gig when it comes to YouTube. Is I run a YouTube channel that's focused on hotspots, global hotspots, war, and future conflict and current conflict. Right. The best indicator for future conflict is current conflict. And so we delve into that Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern every morning. We go for about 2 hours. On Fridays, we do a domestic focus show. We do talk a little politics on there, but ultimately, we're much more worried about people breaking your door down because of civil disobedience than we are about who's winning what election or whatnot. But if you don't think that if the politics don't cross over on that, you're crazy. Just read Blue Dawn, you'll see what I mean. Blaine, you've been very prophetic in your Blue Dawn series. I will say that it's very political. I don't want to upset anybody in the chat that may just be.
No. I'm not talking politics tonight.
And one of the things I wanted to do real quick here is we got some comments already in the chat. So not the chat, but in the actual discussion tab under the campaign.
Well, let's talk about it.
Yeah, Clara Barbosa says, greetings. I hope you're doing well. I recently discovered your pre-launch crowdfunding project, and I was truly impressed by its untapped potential. I possess a wealth of valuable insights, and then go on to say this is an artist, basically. But what's cool is these discussions allows you to basically get in there and tell us what you like, tell us what you want, So, like, for instance, here, Wallace Gow, who's a backer. See, that's important, right? Like, I want to see, like, I'm the project owner here, and I want to see backers right in there. The usual offers for this type of project that I've seen be popular: posters, artwork, cards, bookmarks, stickers, patches, enamel pins, acrylic goods, keychains, charms, T-shirts, clothing, miniature, special listing. In the credits, have character named after you, and be able to create a character. Also, drawn in is another thing that I'm considering doing for a future campaign. We did that on the last Door Kickers one, and and original artwork would be something cool. And let me ask you, Brent, does anybody do you work with artists that still do much physical artwork, or is pretty much everybody going digital these days with especially the painting?
There's a healthy amount of people that start traditional. I know I still start traditional. And then at some point in time, I'll scan in and start working digital. There are a lot of the early stages of artwork, which frankly are super fast if done traditionally, if you're properly trained. With that said, there's one thing that digital does that you just cannot duplicate traditionally, is the ability to edit. The ability to build an image in a whole bunch of layers and then just individually tweak things on a variety of layers depending on where you got it. That's just something you cannot duplicate traditional. So pretty much everybody I know works digital. But there are a lot of us that start
physical,
literally pen and pencil and paper.
Well, for me, the thing that I really like about people who work physically is that there is an original piece of artwork that comes out of that, right? And so if I really like it, then it's something that I, as the kind of the commissioner, I can say I want that piece of art and I'm going to hang it on my wall. Yeah. Or it could be something like, hey, I'm going to offer this original artwork, for say $1,000 or whatever on the campaign page, and it's a way to kind of bring some of that initial outlay back into the campaign, and there are always going to be people who it's like, I love this thing and I'm a lawyer and I make $300,000 a year. I don't mind throwing a little bit of money at the stuff that I want to support, right? So if there is an original art tier, or if there is whatever the high end tier is, they're willing to, hey, I'm going to throw some money at it because I want to help these guys out, right? The
demographic within pop culture fandom is usually you have two extremes. For the bulk of the base, you either have all the time in the world and no money, and then you have a small group that has more money than they could reasonably spend, but no time.
Yeah.
And so within those two extremes, there will be people that they'll want to scoop up the cool thing, and especially if it's an experience enhancer, not just buying the original penciled pages from the artist, but being able to meet them at a show and have them autograph it, that's a huge, cool experience. Every time they they'll have it framed, they'll put it on their wall, and every time they see it, they'll think about that cool experience that they had, and that's a great thing. It's not a bad thing at all. And honestly, that is art. Like, what would you pay for fine art on your wall? They're happy to shell out $300-400 and actually think of it as a good deal, because that's the art, that's the fine art that they enjoy. They got to directly support an artist that they really like. That's a cool thing. I'm a big fan of it.
Hunch says, I got money I want to support. Give me reasons to spend more. So, one of the things that I've thought about that I think that we could potentially do on subsequent campaigns would be like for instance, like a fine art style print of one of the covers, right?
Absolutely.
You know, especially one of the really like Marco's painting is one that just kind of jumps out at me as one that I think would be really appropriate for something like that. And I'm sure as we do more books, we're going to get more great art. We could, if you were to decide to say, hey, listen, we're going to do something more broadly across Land and Sea, like, we're going to do a cover. We're going to do the wrap that, you got a wraparound cover for the first book, right?
Yeah.
If you were to take that and make that a fine art kind of print,
absolutely,
and maybe do like, I don't know, 100 of them or something like that. We could then take a block of those and then throw them on the campaign.
I would certainly be willing to start with a limited number because the logistics on these, it gets painful really fast. Because you have to get special rolled things on high end prints.
Yeah,
I actually know quite a bit about this, so I can answer all of your questions offline. But you have containers, and then somebody's keeping those in their kitchen or dining room, waiting for them to get shipped out for fulfillment. And once you get above 20, that is enough space that your wife is going to be mad at you for taking up a huge chunk of area in your house. Yeah. So there's nuance to that. But honestly, that's one of those items that I don't like to have anything done through distribution. It has to be something like direct from an actual human that we trust that has it.
Exactly right.
Keep it safe.
Yeah,
one dent in the container, you put a crease in every that you just blew that. I'm a huge fan of high end art prints, but there's a great way to do them, and I actually recently figured out how to do that. So yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what Hunter was saying, and I posted up a link to the Wargate store too. He's like, I'd like to buy shirts or whatever. Brett and I are wearing our splashdown shirts.
Yes, absolutely.
Wargate has our shirts and our merch. Yeah. They actually got the miniature for the lion up there, I think, is still up there. And we got patches for Osher pilots and stuff. So you can get that stuff through the Wargate store. And one person mentioned in the comments about selling, characters and books. We have a Facebook fan page, and I have an open post up there. I have included dozens of fans in the novels.
Yeah.
Because I'm always looking for names. I'm not going to guarantee you that you're going to be a hero. You probably will end up dead or something. But
lots of casualties in this kind of war.
We actually, I've made a point in every book to include fans. And the way to do that, go to our Facebook page and look up Land and Sea group. Join the group. You can do it. We've got Discord now, which we just found out this week existed. But there's a lot of ways to engage with us. If you want to be a part of Land and Sea and go, hey, be kind of cool to buy a book and be in the book. Yeah. We don't charge for that. To me, I've seen it done poorly, and I'm not going to go into that. I've seen it done well. It's just, if you start charging money for it, expectations get set. And you're never going to be able to quite live up to those expectations. So we don't charge for that. If you want to be a part of the Land Sea universe, get over to Facebook, join the group. You'll see when I put up a post going, hey, I'm working on a new book. I need names. Yeah. You can join in and have a good time.
Yeah, we got a great Facebook group. I will throw something out. It's interesting because you have your tiers and it's your campaign. I wasn't trying to throw a wrench in, but I'm like, in my head, 2,000 backers has just been like, if we hit 2,000 backers, I think that's going to be a huge achievement. 2,000 active fans looking forward to trying out a new graphic novel series. I think that's awesome. So if you can think of something cool, Scott, and or fans who want to submit recommendations of what we could do, I would love to do something cool when we hit 2,000 backers. I think that'd be amazing.
Yeah, I've got some ideas for things like that. One of the things that we're going to do is we're going to set a goal, like a funding goal. And if we make that funding go, then we'll roll the campaign over into an additional 30 days, right? So it's a 30-day campaign right now. we'll do a closeout stream. If we make that funding goal, then we'll continue the campaign on, because that just shows that we're at that point. Now, I'll be honest with you, I've got that number in my head. I haven't announced it yet, and I think we're going to get there well before the closeout. Like when I did the first door kickers, I wanted to get $10,000, right? If I got $10,000 in the first 30 days, I would extend it, right? Well, I literally made $10,000 on the last day and extended it 30 days, and then we ended up doing another $4,000. But it's and it also, we're gonna, if you're enjoying this content, us sitting here talking about the campaign and about the Land&SEA universe, you're going to see probably myself and Brent and Blaine on various other channels talking about this project. I know we've got some pretty high-powered YouTubers that we're all friends with. Some of here's the thing too, you're going to find is that we are agnostic. We don't play the drama bit, right? We let other people with bigger personalities than us kind of trade barbs with each other. And at the same time, we'll be selling our books to people on both sides of any of these arguments. Because listen, the requirement to become a fan of my books is to enjoy comic books. And that is it, right? And if you're somebody who treats me with respect, I don't care if you hate the guy I was talking to yesterday, because if that guy treated me with respect and you treat me with respect, then hey, I'm good with both of you. And I hate to see you fight, but that's between two grown adults, and it has nothing to do with me. So
yeah, if we can all come together on stuff, and that's just more spice of life.
And no matter what I encourage you guys who are watching this, share out a link. Do it.
Yes.
Tell other people that the campaign's out there, because even if you don't want to contribute to it, you may have friends that follow you on Twitter or Facebook that are interested.
Well, it's been really fun having people that are not typically sci-fi fans try it out because they knew me, and they're like, these are really good books. The story is awesome. And so I'm really enjoying that. And then there was my buddy who's a retired fighter pilot, and I gave him one. He's like, "Oh, thanks, man." And then he's like, "Dude, this is really good. Hold on, can I get the rest?" I'm like, "Sure, no problem." Pretty soon he's like taking photos. Okay, I got the rest of the series. What do I get after this? Like, awesome. That's awesome.
Speaking of what comes next, right? Let's talk about what do you think the time frame for the first, like the alpha or the beta version of the tabletop game? When do you think you have an idea of when you think that'll come about?
Blaine, you're good with words.
Well, here's the deal. If I throw out a date, and if I throw out every disclaimer possible, it'll circulate around the internet that that's the date we're releasing, and people will go nuts if we don't hit it, or if we deliver, even a week.
Well,
I'm avoiding
that.
And even in general, I would say next year is realistic.
Yeah.
Actually having the game out there. I think there's going to be a very active alpha test. I think probably in the next few months, the alpha test will begin, and then there's some shakedown that'll take place, and then we'll be into beta.
Yeah, we really want to actually go through the feedback we get from our alpha, because we're not going to open the alpha up to everybody. You take a select group of that have full groups for the alpha test, so they can really put it through its paces. And then you really got to listen to what they get back and go from there. One of the key reasons why we're hedging our answers is we're not doing one game. We're doing 3. It's the role play game, the squad-based tactical miniatures game, and then a larger, literally like army scale game.
Right.
And making sure that the mechanics for all 3 are the same and work when scaled, that takes a lot of work. That's not an easy thing. And obviously, Blaine and I have worked for decades now on a variety of different franchises and stuff. So we've seen how it can go wrong, and we can see how it can go right. And so that's where we're like, you know what? Keep even though we're doing 3 very large things big, keep the focus on them small, nail down that core foundation, and then build. And so that's where we're hedging those bets.
Oh, okay. So rather than time horizons, because that's one of those things that can get you in trouble. What do we? Well, I'm just saying it's vague, but that's okay. I appreciate that. I
do have to say that knowing what I know about game development, when I asked Blaine that privately behind the scenes, knowing that it wouldn't go to anybody, and he gave me roughly that answer, I was actually really shocked, because I was like, hey, so like 2-3 years, and he's like, oh no.
Well, for me, we've had some of these discussions behind the scenes too, and so I mean, I'm more asking for the benefit of the chat so that they know where you guys currently are at with this. But the thing that
I'll tell you what I want. I want to launch the Kickstarter for the first iteration of the game in Q4.
Oh, okay, so this is literally leading into my next question. Go ahead.
That would be a delivery at some point in time over 2025.
So
that's what I want. I don't know if we'll be able to pull it off, but that's what I want.
Okay, so that game, that first Kickstarter game that you guys release, is that the squad-based miniature game, or is that a combination
that's actually the hard
of
part of my statement is that I don't know which one will be polished on the first. So we're, like I said, same mechanics for all 3 versions. That's the part where you're like, okay, some of those scale great and some of those don't. Especially on an RPG where you go all the way down the rabbit hole on so many little things, you can trip over the math really, really fast if you don't nail that down early. So,
yeah, that makes sense.
Well, you guys are fantastic.
It may be the RPG.
Well, you guys are fantastic in the fact that we're going to be seeing it, as I said, sooner than 3 years from now, in my opinion, is miraculous. So
thank you.
That's in game scale development time, coming up with a brand new system and one that scales the way you guys are talking about. That's a lot of work in a very short period of time, and I'm very impressed.
Nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Drucifer says, Watcher, holy crap, Watcher is a person, not a placeholder.
Yeah. So as I mentioned when we planned this event, I own a game store, and Thursdays is Pokemon League night. So I have finally shuffled all the littles out the door, and now I can actually speak freely.
Yeah, very good. I knew that you would eventually have time, Watcher, and this is kind of, I'm just glad that you embrace the meme here. All right. Well, so I guess I go back to the original battle droids, right? I think it was out for a couple months before they had to pull it and replace it with the name. Mufasa had to change the name to BattleTech because they got sued.
That sounds about right. 2 to 3 months, somewhere in there.
Yeah, so
I was around that
at the time. I came later, so
I think I bought the box set right as they weren't getting pulled. It was kind of like they were just not stocking them anymore while they did the name change. And I got one that said Battle Droids versus BattleTech. And if I remember correctly, my buddy got BattleTech like 6 months later, and almost everything was exactly the same. It was just the name change was different. And so, I just remember that thick box set, right? It wasn't the big boxes that you get now with tabletop games with all the miniatures and everything. And it had the cardboard standees, and it had a couple books, and it had some, folding cardboard maps in it. And it was bare bones, but it was very playable, very functional. And so what I just imagine is getting something that's basically that plus an RPG, but it sounds like you're going to do full-on miniatures with this first.
Yeah, and that's actually part of where the pain threshold is of how do we get this out? Because obviously the gaming market has evolved quite a bit. In a perfect world, we deliver completely assembled miniatures. But the moment you do that, you are now tripling the size of the box.
Oh, yeah.
So,
although I will say,
and boxes have gotten really expensive. I think the price of cardboard boxes has gone up over 400% over the last 6 years.
Right.
So there's a nuance with just the sheer logistics of supplying game products, and we know full well we want to completely produce domestically. Well, so that also has a different set of parameters to it.
I will say,
yeah.
if it's anything like the genius of some of the things you guys have done with your BattleTech project, it's going to be fine. The mystery boxes particularly, I was like, oh, stroke of genius. I'll take 5.
Thank you.
Yeah,
well, it's funny because like the idea of like, oh yeah, we want them to be assembled, and that sounds great until you do this. There's no way this is right. Even if we did pay to have it assembled, you put this in a box and it's not surviving shipping. It's just not. So then there's a matter of like, okay, how much some assembly required are we willing to swallow? And honestly, like there's 2 extremes there. You know, Games Workshop, there's a whole lot of assembly required, but the detail that they pull off is amazing.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
we talked a little bit about Games Workshop earlier in the cast here, and the truth is they did one thing that I think was so spectacular. I was super impressed, and at the time I'm like, dude, you are just doubling down. They gambled the company. They paid to build all of their miniature production in-house.
Yes, in the basement.
Seriously, for people that know the inside of that, like literally no holds barred. This is a publicly traded company that gambled their life on whether they could pull this off. That's shocking. But that allowed them to come up with this amazing bit of quality on their unassembled miniatures. We're not trying to do that. I'm not trying to wow people with $250 box sets. That's not where I think a core game that is just starting to build its own player base should be. I think we need to be in a much smaller price point, much more accessible, and honestly,
the cardboard standees, you know, like what you had with the original BattleTech. I mean, that might be the sweet spot, and then everything else is a miniature upgrades from there.
You know, and Blaine and I and Eric and Kevin have talked about what if we skip the cardboard standee version and do a print and play.
Yeah.
Here's a free download print and play. Go play the game, see if you like it. It costs you nothing. You'll get to play and see if this is the thing for you, and if you love it, here's some box set products that have
we have an infinite amount of product you can sink all your money into if you want.
I can tell you that I've picked up at least 2 game systems over the last year because of that specifically, where they offered a free print and play on Patreon or various different 3D printing outlets, and we're just like, hey, here's the rules and here's 2 starter armies.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Honestly, that was something that I'd been a part of a couple of things that did free print and plays before, but it was 10 years ago. I'm like, I literally don't even know if the market is okay with that anymore.
Yeah.
Kind of evolved.
Well, but there are several levels of kind of cheaper options for, you know, you can do flat 2-dimensional like vinyl, kind of plastic with vinyl sticker kind of.
Yeah, and some of those are really good quality.
And you can do you've got some pretty high res art on there, so it looks good. You know, it doesn't just look like let's be honest. When you have a little like a token, a little cardboard token, it is exactly that, right?
Yeah.
And
if you have good art, then it's a decent looking token, and if you don't, it really is not a good looking token.
Right. It literally can be a placeholder. We could see Blaine. I want an official version of the mech that you drew for your cover made. Can we get a plastic representation?
I don't know if I can get that 3D rendered.
Or is that a Russian Asher rig?
No, I think the Russians are a little more crude.
So I'll be honest. There's something that and I have not been able to get caught up. I've been so busy the last few months. I rarely see my children, but I've been very curious to see the Land&SEA version of the Mackie. If you catch my drift on that, I would love to see the very first Gen 1 suit. Not necessarily like see it on the field of combat. I would like to see it.
Yeah, they more it evolved very much out of like exo armor,
right?
Like infantry. Powered infantry armors, because the military has been experimenting with that for the last decade of can we have a frame that will allow infantry to carry heavier gear, so like literally they're humping the gear, they're bringing the heavy weapon, they're dropping it in, so instead of taking 3 people and piecing apart a heavier weapon, like you can put it all together. So it would look more like that, and there would be all these like evolutionary stages coming out of it. But I will say in the first novel of the second season, that Blaine's already done. It's already in editing, or through editing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we get to see something similar. Sounds like
yeah.
issued to the malicious.
We will get to see a Gen 1 suit. One of the nice things, and this is so accurate for the way the military does things, like when you've got old gear, you set it aside, but when you have a need, you pull it out and then you upgrade whatever is easy to upgrade.
You can upgrade the weapons. You can, some
power
electronics.
packs. Like there's a variety of things that you can upgrade and stuff. And that's absolutely one of the things that Blaine did. And honestly, the result is amazing. That's literally the thing I will be drawing tomorrow.
I got an update here. We just refreshed. We've broken 6,000. We are 6,143. And we are 93 backers, very close to 100. So if you have not backed yet, or if you got a buddy you think this is good for,
well, hold on, I need to bring this up. This is coming out of the chat, and this is something that I was thinking immediately as soon as I was looking at it. Battle Brother Lyle says probably wouldn't be cost effective, but you could do a crab figurine package. Any figurine package, I think, would go very well to get a comic book and a figure to paint while you're reading. I don't know if that's doable.
I would love for the next campaign for us to have a some sort of and it doesn't necessarily need to be game scale. It could be bigger, right? Maybe something that's 3 inches tall, 4 inches tall, something along those lines.
Or like one of the characters from the novel done as
and just a physical thing that people could have as like a small scale statue to paint on their own, or potentially have a painting service take care of it for them. So
we legitimately discussed this a couple weeks ago. It's not that we can't do it; it's the logistics involved on getting them out to the backers. That's where we're like, you know what, I don't know that we could actually pull that one off well. And I could totally see with the way shipping costs and things are, it would cost us 3 times more than it possibly should. Then you may or may not get your thing. So that we don't want to promise anything we don't know we can deliver, and that's the logistics on that one. We can produce the miniatures. That's not a problem.
I think for the second book, it's more doable.
Yeah.
Because then we can say, look, going into it, we know there's going to be a miniature. It's going to weigh this much. It's going to be in this clamshell. And now what would shipping look like? Because then you could tell people up front, hey, shipping's not going to be around $10 in the U.S. It's going to be $16 US.
Well, yeah. So like one of the ways that you could handle that would be essentially offering it as an item, but not as an add-on, not as you. It's like you would have to buy that item as a standalone item. Like let's say you buy the book and that you have a separate order for the book, and then that way when you do fulfillment, you could literally just fulfill that one item from one location. If you wanted to have a specialty place handle the fulfillment of that.
An idea would be to give them a voucher for whatever service is already handling the fulfillment of just an idea, just a thought.
That's a possibility. I think the real thing that I would like to see is as we go through the fulfillment of this current campaign.
Yeah. As
we go through it, we're like, okay, now if we were to plan ahead and we do this, this, and this, like let's literally map it out, track it out. How would we pull it off so that we're getting like the feedback from the people that would physically be doing it, telling us here's how the process would work. Well, if we had that, I would feel a lot more solid about it.
No, I think the cool thing here is that I see a kind of a triple threat type campaign that we could essentially do, and this maybe it's the next one, maybe it's the third one, but essentially you've got gaming supplies, comics, and like a special edition novel or just a signed copy of maybe book 1 or something like that. I know everybody's already read book 1 and has book 1. If you're in this chat, you probably have already read book 1. But having one that's signed by Blaine would be awesome, right? Just something like that, I think, would be value added and of interest to our fan base. So, we've got. This is the great thing about these iterative campaigns, right? The other thing too is that. Now that we've got book 1 in our back pocket and we continue to grow the fan base, we will on the next campaign we'll offer probably at a premium people who weren't able to get in on this campaign will be able to buy this book on the next campaign, right?
Yes.
Now
This
now,
book would be an add-on on the next one, I would hope.
right. And so that would be, first printing, right? And then if we were to do really, really well, then we could do a second print run with, say, a new cover, something along those lines, as we go forward. So I mean, and then once you have 3 or 4 books or a complete story, then you turn it into a trade paperback. And that's the great thing about it, is that these books will never go out of print as long as there is a Land and Sea. Now, they may not be in the exact same form. And if you're a collector, I would highly recommend get what you want now, because if it's not the main cover A, Doug's cover, I'm going to take what you guys order. So let's say, Brent, you've got 100 people buy your cover, right? I will print 110 covers, right? Because I want to have a little bit extra for breakage, maybe 125, right? And we, because like if somebody gets a damaged book or whatever, we want to be able to replace it. So you can't just have what people order. But the point is not to continue to sell Brent's cover into the future, right? The point is to make it exclusive, so that the people who, hey, I showed up on day one, what do I get for being here on day one? Well, you get Brent's cover, right? If you show up on day 4, you may not get Brent's cover, right? If you show up on the second campaign, there will be items from the first campaign that you might only be able to buy on eBay going forward. So that's kind of, there is a collectible aspect to all of these products.
There's also a gear and merch thing to campaigns like this, which we aren't really doing on this first one, but we will as we move into the second, third, fourth, and continue. The goal here is that this is the first of an ongoing series that Scott and Doug never want to leave.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in. You've got me. You've got me, and we can talk about other things I can do besides writing comic books.
Sounds like you're going to pick up Angry American.
I want that one pretty bad, because I read that book way back when it first came out, and so that I've been a fan of his for a long time. It's a Blaine. I went back and I looked in my original technical, my BattleTech technical thing, and I found your name, and I was like, I knew I'd seen his name before. So I thought that was fun. The thing that book is falling apart, absolutely falling apart. All right, let's see, where are we at? Watcher, you as a game store owner, I want to bring you into this, because this is like I want to get to more where the rubber meets the road, right? What about this kind of, are there any warning signs that you see with this? I mean, is there anything that maybe that the guys like Brent and Blaine could learn from you as far as your experience talking to the people? Like, for instance, the aspect of the role-playing game. I think that there are some people that may be scared off, like, oh, I have to do the role-playing game and the tabletop game. Well, I only want to do role-playing, or I only want to do tabletop. That was to you, Watcher.
He's posted up. He thinks his mic is bugging out.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, just keep working on it. And let me know when you come back.
Yes.
There we go.
Oh, okay, cool. So I switched mics. Hopefully that's working.
Yeah, sounds good.
I wouldn't say any warning signs. It's just, look, man, like any game, these guys already know this. You might not, but holy cow, is the gaming market, or was the gaming market, saturated with brand new games trying to come out 2 years ago. I don't know if it is now. I would say, actually, very interestingly, this is coming out right as many of those aspirations have failed and are burning in the dirt. Most of these things do after just a year or two. I mean, it is the way of new games that if they don't catch, they go out. I will tell you that quite the opposite. There are a lot of things about this that make me really excited. The passion of the two guys, the accessibility of Brent and Blaine. First of all, I mean, I do a weekly show with Blaine. I know how unbelievably out there he puts himself. And Brent, you're a little too busy to do that kind of stuff, but I can definitely see it.
You can always reach out to me. Yeah.
Well,
I'm not just talking about me. I'm also just talking about the fans. I personally really recently have decided that like probably one of the better ways to try and pick a winner is to find creators who are actually engaging well with their audience, and I have yet to see anybody do that as well as Blaine and or Scott. It's Scott on the comic book side and Blaine on the book side for sure. I'll tell you that it's got me grabbed. So like just as a pure selfish thing, like it's definitely got me going. I sure hope that this works out. I'm literally going to do everything I can to make sure that it does. I'll tell you one of the things that I think is good and maybe could be highlighted and maybe a really good inroad that could get you a lot of people quickly, both from goodwill and just in general getting it spread. I find that the veterans that I show this series to latch onto it faster than most. And I wonder if there might be a program in which to say, hey, can we reach out and give some packets to a couple of veterans groups around the country and stuff like that, and get them in and get them playing, get their friends group involved, and then through that be able to kind of sublimate through the military culture and see if that gets you a little bit of spread in a way that I've never seen another game try and do.
Well, I love that.
So yeah, so this is where that whole idea of the marketing director of Creative Juggernaut, a position yet unfilled, but definitely with candidates in mind.
I don't know what you're talking about. You already volunteered. You're in. Like that's,
I'm in.
You build on the grenade, man. No time off it now.
I know. But I totally agree with you, Watcher. I think outreach, like community outreach, is out of control in a lot of these. Blaine, I know you've been kind of talking about that a little bit. I know there was the Archcast episode recently where they talked in depth about community managers and things like this. Hey, we dealt with it in Helldivers recently.
Well, let's talk about as far as jumping on swords. Let me say, if you guys do ever want a community manager that's actually studied the wrongs of various community managers and has some ideas about what could be done better to try and turn community members themselves into everybody being a community manager, I'd be happy to toss it as much as I can on the side and jump in as much as I can as the time allows me. But I've been community manager for other projects before, and I am seeing some. Well, you've seen it, the last couple of days are just what a better highlight could you possibly give than the whole Spitz situation, right?
Yeah.
Right.
There's a lot of information and misinformation, and it just. And people react now, and it's a shame. Scott, I did get a question from somebody. I want to bounce to you. Somebody told me that they own a comic store, and they want to know how can they do a bulk order.
Just contact me directly, and I'll negotiate a amount that you want to buy, and I'll essentially what I'll do is I'll create a custom perk for that single purchase, right? Like let's say they want 10 or they want a collection of covers or whatever. We can put that together. I'll make it. It'll be for them. I'll send them the link, and then they can make that purchase through the website. Now, the only thing we'll have to do, like the key thing is, if it's like, say, 25 books, right? That's absolutely, we can do that. But then we have to then kind of figure in shipping costs because of the weight of 25 books is different. It doesn't meet the kind of like what I'm using for the kind of the $10 and $30 shipping standards I do for. So we'll have to work that out, but it'll be a direct negotiation. Some campaigns have retailer packets, but those haven't sold very big from what I can see. So I would rather do something.
If I can give you some insight to that, having been one of the guys on the opposite side of that, looking at it, going retail packet. A lot of that is when they offer a retail deal, it's never a standard retail discount.
Yeah,
ever.
It's not like it's not,
which it should be if you want a retailer to hop on, especially if you're asking them to pay you money now and not know when the product's going to come.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's fair.
But most of these places that are doing retailer kits are offering like 15 to 20% off, and as a retailer, that's just a big middle finger.
Yeah, no, you want to be looking at basically a 50% discount off of the cover price for a retailer. I mean, that's generally my experience. You basically do 100% markup on a to get to retail, and then you can discount from there in order to make your nut back. So that's what we would be looking at. And then, like I said, that's where also like you can look at the actual book price, like say 50% off the book price, but then you have to then figure back in, well, how much will the shipping eat into that, because we don't have a big, it's Watcher shipping them out. It's not like some sort of giant warehouse.
Yeah, by the way, I guess I should say, if you guys need some logistic stuff taken care of, I may or may know a guy with a storage facility and a lot of spare hands to do shipping. So. But yeah,
I've absolutely tapped into Watcher for that. So by the way, Watcher, this is just a little off topic, but Watcher, did you see the print files are in for both?
I did. I'm
books?
excited. I will probably go for any of you out there that are also backers on the Door Kickers. I will probably be going Saturday to put in the order for the ash cans. So I am very stoked about that.
Actually, you know what? If you guys can indulge me, if you are a Door Kickers backer, I don't know if any of you guys, I'm going to shut that campaign down this weekend. So if you're interested in that, Door Kickers is my other campaign that is still live.
It's a really good book if you haven't read it.
Well, what I thought I would do is, since I've got these print files right here, why not show them off?
Show them the ash can.
Yeah, I'm gonna open that. Here we go.
So Brent, while he's oh, never mind. I thought we'd have more time while you found the file.
Go. Yeah, this is all of the art for the ash can. It's a 20-page ash can. It's an additional story that goes with the. It kind of links in, like this story links in with the end of book 2. So they are complementary. But you don't need to read this in order to get the other one. And so this kind of goes in a little bit of the origin of Stillen. He's kind of like my badass character in my group. So this is art by Ivan F. Silva, Spanish guy, I'm pretty sure. And
if you've never heard of this series before, it's urban fantasy meets military fiction.
I just called it Cthulhu with special forces.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I like it. My tagline for it is Zero Dark 30 meets H.P. Lovecraft. So anyway, this is the entire. It's done. It's ready to go to print. And we'll be, like he said, we'll be doing that this week, I think. That is. Let's see, that's written by me, pencils by Ivan S. Silva. Jimmy Reyes is the inker, another great Comicsgate talent, and letterer is Eric Weathers. Yet again, Eric is my go-to guy for letters.
A consummate professional.
Oh yeah, he's great. One of the things that I was on a stream yesterday, and one of the points that I made is that, and I think you guys agree with this philosophy, is hire professionals and just let them do their thing.
Yes,
right.
I don't micromanage.
Yeah, give them the right and left limits, and then let them go, because they will oftentimes absolutely astound you with how good they do. So
good and fast, so quick. The man has worked.
Yeah. Well, it helps that I pay my bills on time. So I think there are other people in indie comics that are hey, it's been 2 months. Where's my money? Oh, sorry, I forgot to send it to you. I was smoking pot all day long. Well, that is a thing. So anyway, so this is the black and white art for that. Actually, you know what? Why not? This is the entire interior print file for Door Kickers 2. This is the sorry, I can't. It's too big.
There you go.
See what
well, hey, let me.
This is the cover to Walk in the Dark. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to ask. This is all really good stuff. You guys should head over to Door Kickers. I'm fetching a link right now. If you guys haven't signed up for the campaign, do so, because as you heard the man say, he's going to end it this Saturday. Well, this weekend, maybe not Saturday, maybe Sunday. But I wanted to ask while we've got him here, Brett.
Yes.
You've been involved in a lot of game projects, and I would be very curious to know what the first was. What drug you into the game development side of things and across the table? I assume you were a gamer first.
I was an illustrator first, and then through a weird series of events, I got into BattleTech through novels, and then just tore through the novels. And it's weird because everybody seemed to get into BattleTech through video games, but I didn't. I totally got into through the novels first. I got pulled into the professional side of things during the McCullough era, believe it or not.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, and very shortly after, I became one of the core illustrators for BattleTech, and I was for several years. Over the course, we had a development project where they wanted designs for the Word of Blake, and the idea is create a villain that could fight everybody on all the fronts and actually win, which was nuts. Tactically speaking, make no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, it's villain. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is that I came up with several story behind the design things that I pitched, and the developer was like, well, that's actually a cool idea. Let me talk about it with the author. So I said, why don't you just let me talk to the author? So we just kind of all got in a big party line and discussed things back and forth. And that process allowed us to kind of create on the spot what I called parallel development. Usually in gaming, the life cycle is that the designers get it first, then they turn it over to the developers figure out how to make the game work and always take 3 times longer than they're supposed to. Then they turn that over to the writers, and the writers take longer than they have because the truth is the stuff that developers came up with, they kept changing their minds on mid-process. So by the time everything's turned over to the artists, we're already 2 months past deadline, and the artists are expected to work miracles. And so I said, well, why don't we all just get in on the same conversation at first, and if we have to change, then we'll just redraw more stuff. And it allowed us to actually crank out product way faster, way better, and the collaboration back and forth was amazing. So we did that, and the folks at Catalyst said, okay, that was lightning in a bottle. How did that just happen, and what do we have to do? And that's what pulled me over to the design. They're like, can you just keep doing that thing that you just did? And that's where it came from.
Well, you mean to say that when you don't blindfold and handcuff each separate department of the company in their own little rooms and then tell them to work on things blind and with both left hands, that makes it easier to work together? That's a very strange concept, Brent. Right? No, it's funny because when I talk to my GW guys on a weekly basis for orders, they're always like, oh no, literally no part of the company is even allowed to talk to each other. Marketing can't talk to rules. It's
so self-destructive.
If you've done the hiring right too, you got people that are actually gamers who love the franchises, who've already mentally and emotionally invested in the franchises. Those need to be your employees. And I don't envision with Creative Juggernaut that we're going to bring people in who are going to go, hey, I've never played your games, I don't know anything about it, I'm a marketing major from wherever, and I'm just really good, you should hire me. I'm sorry, that person's not even going to get the time of day. I want somebody who goes, I've read all the books, I love this is what I want to be a part of. And it's just necessary to do that. And I think some of these game companies, and I think of Hasbro primarily, they've gotten people in who their experience with Dungeons and Dragons is they saw it on an episode of Big Bang Theory. And
no, Blaine, you need look no further than Cynthia Philip Morris getting up and literally reading off the Wikipedia page for what is Magic the Gathering.
You got to have somebody who's actually invested in the IP and not going, well, I'm going to do the IP differently, I'm going to take it in new different directions, etc. No, you need to be someone who actually understands it.
Well, the irony is that if you don't look at a company, as in a holistic manner, right? And I hate using buzzwords like that, but it actually makes sense in this case, right? Like marketing And there are two customers really, right? It's the end user, but it's also the people who sell the products to the customers themselves, right? And so that's the guys like Watcher, and then it's the actual end user, right? And so those guys are the ones that are your absolute, you listen to what they say, right? And if there is negative feedback on, say, something like, let's say a new source book comes out and there's negative feedback on that, right? It's like the people who are going to find out are the people who are talking to the customers. So it's the customer relations folks, and it's the marketing people who are out there in the trenches doing the community relations, right, with the audience. And if those guys aren't allowed to be able to immediately, oh shit, we got a problem,
Right.
with this new book, right? And they go straight to the development team that made that new book. Hey, listen, some of this stuff is not working. We need to make a fix, right? And we need to retool, relook, and then potentially relaunch, right? The faster that happens, and the ability of a company to say, hey, listen, we made a mistake with this. These characters are too overpowered. We're going to have a new version of this book coming out ASAP. And if you've already got the old book, you'll be able to get a PDF of it, and all the printed books going forward will have the new stuff, right? I mean, so that's what you do if you are a agile and responsive and you actually care about what your customers.
Yeah, here's your free downloadable errata that we just updated on that, so it's available to everybody that already bought our product. We're going to change and move it for Blaine did a good job of pointing it out earlier, and Scott acknowledged, like, you've never seen, like, the team that is passionate and cares about the IP they're working on will deliver a superior product every time. If they're not passionate, if they're not excited about it, if they're not genuinely interested in it, that's going to show through in the finished product every time.
Yeah, it's just, and I think a lot of these IPs have wandered away from that. They've and it's a shame because they're good IPs. They are excellent products, but they're chasing, and in some cases they're chasing after market segments that I don't think even exist.
Well, word on the street is that some of this is actually, like, as dumb as this sounds, you know how, like, people go to marketing or, like, management seminars, and then all of a sudden, like, a new management style flows around. Word on the street that I have heard from friends that work at some of these companies is that a number of years ago there was wisdom floating around saying that you didn't want anybody who knew anything about your product working on the product, because that's the way to make it the most accessible, is that if somebody who'd never heard of your product was still able to work on it and be interested in it, that would ensure that the widest potentiality of people were instead of being more insular and only focusing on the audience you already had. And
That's like George Lucas hiring people to draw for Star Wars that don't know what an X-Wing looks like.
Yeah. Right.
It's insane.
Well, you're just limiting my creativity on how I can identify an X-Wing.
Yeah, but we've seen that in Star Wars is a great example. We've seen a lot of people that are now involved in that franchise. They're like hired specifically because they don't have any background in it.
Yeah.
In fact, I think there was at least one producer in the last year that was hired because he didn't like Star Wars.
Right. Why would you hire this person?
Why would you do that?
Yeah. Because you want to absolutely destroy the franchise, which is exactly what they've done to Star Wars. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I was so excited when, like, Rogue One was coming out, right? Back then, because I wasn't really into that first movie. I was, like, not feeling it, but the Rogue One had a more kind of gritty feel, and I responded to that. Now, I was still disappointed on some levels with that, but still, I felt like it was made by somebody who understands what a war movie in Star Wars would look like, right? That said, fast forward now, I don't give I don't even know what's coming out, much less not caring about it. You tell me a new Star Wars TV show comes out and it's been out for a while, and I'm like, really? I hadn't heard about that, because I am so tuned off by what they have done that it doesn't even hit my conscience anymore.
I hate to be the hipster about this, but my wife and I actually walked out of the first Disney remake movie at a very specific part. Both of us turned to each other and went, "Oh no, we need to go." And it's when they did a literal literal Deus Ex Machina. We need to find out where Luke is. Bring on the droid. It's been unconscious and unable to sense anything, but suddenly it wakes up at this entirely convenient plot moment for no apparent reason.
Well, yeah, and I watched it with Star Wars with the extended universe, what happened. And then when I saw the names that were associated with it, it made sense. So, and I'll tie in a little bit of Battletech history. I'm not going to say anything bad about Battletech, but I will say some bad things about WizKids. And that is when WizKids took over Battletech for the Dark Ages, they had Mike Stackpole do the first book, which was good. Wasn't great. It was a good book. Then they decided they were going to start doing different authors. And I reached out to them several times, and the editor in charge of that was Jennifer Heddle. Okay. And name becomes important. And I got a hold of her finally, and I was like, look, I'm an established Battletech author. I've done all these novels. I want to write for your new universe. And she was like, no, we're hiring real authors to do this. You know, we don't want the legacy authors. You guys weren't professional. And this is somebody, by the way, who has no background in Battletech, okay? And she went on and on about, we're hiring these professional authors that are going to take this in new, exciting directions. And guess what? Battletech book sales plummeted horribly. And finally, near the end, the last 2 years, they started hiring back the original Battletech writers. Sales started to increase, but they died. It died. So where does Jen Heddle end up? Who's in charge of editing all of the new Star Wars novels? I kid you freaking not. That's Jennifer Heddle. And so what did she do? She threw out the entire extended universe, brought in new writers, and those books actually sell less than the books I'm writing right now for Land&SEA.
Wait, you mean the Jedi Baking Club graphic novel wasn't the huge smashing success?
The one with the Rock as a main character?
I'm telling you, those books have bombed, tanked, and everything else, and it's the same person. It's the same formula wherever she goes. It's like, I want to kill my franchise. Somebody get on the phone, hire Jen Heddle.
Right.
I'm waiting for Games Workshop to say we've decided to pick her up.
Oh, don't do that to me, Blaine. Oh, don't do that to me.
Well, you know, that one of the things I really like about this is just the mix of people we have here. I mean, just if you look at the people we have here, right? We've got young guys, you know, like Watcher. We've got me. I'm a little on the old side. Not as old as Blaine, but almost.
I like hanging out around you guys.
Brent,
I like hanging out around you guys where I'm considered young. It's great. I love that.
Brent, I feel like you and I are probably about the same age. You know,
I don't know. I've aged in gamer years. You know, once you work in the industry, it's.
Because he shaves his gray hair.
I'll put my combat years against your gamer years any time, my friend. But no. I mean, I graduated '92 from high school, you know, so I think we're probably same ballpark. I think you're a little older than me, if I remember correctly.
I graduated in '89. Yeah, I was born in '70.
Yeah. So, I mean, but the point is that different backgrounds, military, non-military, art, writing, you know, and the cool thing about that is
the oil and water.
Well, honestly, though, it's like you got to have those checks and balances, right? You know, I mean, and that's what I really like about everything that I've seen. I haven't met too many other people from the rest of your team, but I know you've mentioned several of these guys, and just their resumes that I've seen where their names in other places has been pretty impressive. So I've got
individuals.
I've got another question, and this may be too far down the way to really get into, but outside of Land&SEA, what else does Creative Juggernaut have going on? I mean, I know you've got some Battletech stuff and some other IPs that you're working, but I'm curious about your brainchilds. Is there anything that
5 years from now, once we've got Land&SEA fully going and spinning in all kinds of wonderful directions, I have my next one already as an ace up my sleeve. I haven't told Blaine about it yet.
All right. Yeah, well, I've got some too. We did yours
he's got like 5
first. So yeah, I've got some too, but you know, yeah, I've got a few things tucked away.
Well, you know, I mean,
So excited.
I've always had an ambition, and me and Watcher have talked about this, an ambition to make a tactical
Door kickers would be so
tactical
fun.
tabletop shooter, you know, like a special operations style tabletop shooter. I think that would be very
Imagine
cool.
getting a comic book where there's a monster of the week in the comic book, and you also receive the monster of the week as a pop out and a rule set combined, so that your squad that you've been building can fight that monster.
You know,
Yeah, I mean, so
I've seen
there's a
some
lot of
stuff
interesting.
honestly, Pathfinder did some stuff with comics that was pretty. I thought what Pathfinder did was really innovative. You know, tying in the game with the comic.
Bold and risky. It was awesome.
And you know, I don't think they ever got enough credit for it, but I was always pretty impressed with it.
I agree. They ultimately sales did not prove enough to keep a comic viable, but
Yeah.
a part of me wonders if it just wasn't quite the right timing, if it was ahead of its time, because they put fiction content, gaming content, and a playable scenario in the back of each comic, which was friggin' brilliant, and it was done well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think that maybe also it's a timing aspect from, like, you know, maybe it can't be a monthly thing, right? Maybe it's like we've talked about 2 or 3 times a year type of thing. You know, I could absolutely see turning some of these comic releases in, you know, having basically a supplemental source book that goes with it, you know, with game rules and, you know, that type of thing. And so, I mean, there's a lot of fun things that we can do with this when we kind of extrapolate out into the future.
Well, I think you can do that though. You're doing it in the indie space. You can do that.
Yeah.
I think what screwed Pathfinder is they were part of a major comics company at the time. Their comic was a mainstream comic. It went to the comic book stores, and it was in that genre. And unfortunately, you know, it just didn't. You have sales expectations, and you know,
and a very limited shelf life.
Yeah, limited shelf life, and all of that stuff start factoring in, and it just reached a point where it was like, I'm sure the comic book company said, "Look, you're not selling enough copies, so we're done." Whereas if they had done it as an indie type project, I think it would have worked just great.
Yeah. Well, you're right. I mean, the idea with an indie thing is you have a narrower kind of market. So you don't design something that you would made for a broader market. You design for that narrower market. But let's be honest, when you design for a narrow market, you generally hit the nail right on the head for that market, and there are always going to be new people piling into that.
Yeah.
Speaking of new people piling in, let me do a refresh on the campaign. I know, Blaine, you've got to go here soon. Oh, guys, we're so close, Blaine.
We are.
Let me share my
98
screen
backers.
here. Brent, I've got to like work on you. Like you're kind of like the drama of me pulling the thing up and then everybody seeing it at the same time. You know, you're killing me here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I not supposed to say stuff early? Like I said, I'm always this.
Hey, this is our first one of these, so go. You know.
I'm just very excited. I'm clicking the button.
I know. So 98 backers, $6,465 that we've raised. Man, guys, this has just been in the 3 hours, 43 minutes that we've been live here. I'm absolutely flabbergasted. I would love. There we go. Picking up as soon as he gets back from errands. Very good. Well, hopefully that's another sale that we'll make here soon. Guys, I know, Blaine, you've got to go soon. Hopefully, I think what we do is we stay on until we hit 100 backers, and then we'll call it a day. Blaine, if you need to go.
I'm going to hang it because we're so damn close.
I know, right? It literally could be. I'm going to give it like maybe 5 minutes and I'll refresh.
Good. I'm glad you're here, though, because I'm about to throw a shot across Scott's bow, and it'll impact you. So, Scott, we have always said we reserve the story of what happens in Hawaii in the comics, and we were not going to tell that in the novels.
Yeah.
But that does not stop you from writing fiction excerpts for the Battle of Hawaii, the things that are happening off camera, off screen, out of panel. Writing actually bits of fiction, a serial bit of fiction, where once you are done, we can then compile that and sell that as a piece of fiction.
Oh, very cool. Yeah. So I've already, it's funny you should mention that, because I'm one of these people who some of the guys will write a novel worth of backstory because they just feel like they need to know everything that happens in the world. I look at it this way. If I write something now, it gets embedded in my head, and then I feel like I've painted myself into the corner. So I only write what I need, right? But when it comes to our good friend Thumper, who is the father of Mandy, I've really put a lot of thought into his backstory. The actual how the Battle of Hawaii went down, like the actual play-by-play, I have a pretty good idea how I think that would have worked. And why they lost. So yeah, there's definitely a lot going on in Hawaii that as of right now, I haven't even included into the comic yet, but I know it.
His whole experience of knowing that this stuff is going on and being a part of it, like it is amazing how you could tell all kinds of stuff that's happening. I've always been a huge fan of the background characters, like like the little kid that gets pulled out of the traffic or whatever. I'm like, how screwed up is that kid going to be? Like, there's so many great storylines with those background characters. It doesn't just all have to be focused on the front guy. So there we go.
Thank you.
100 backers in the first 3 hours, guys. This is just I'm speechless.
Mine
here.
Still says 99. I don't know. I think you're lying.
No, it's on. Look on my screen here.
I know.
Look at the shared screen. Well, you're behind. I'm actually on Friday. You guys are still on Thursday. So
there we go. Now it's 100 backers.
There we go.
Nice.
What I'd like to do, and you guys tell me if this is feasible or not, but either Friday nights or Saturday nights, I'm good with either one of those. I would love to do some kind of catch up streams as we continue this campaign. One of the things with campaigns is a drumbeat, right? You want to continue to market. I'll be doing, if you're following me on Twitter or X, I'll be doing kind of a daily tweet, and it'll be like day 1, day 2, day 3, and I'll be bringing out new information. I'll be bringing out kind of character profiles, all this kind of stuff to kind of just educate the marketplace about what we're doing with Paradise. And I'll also be kind of hitting up other Comicsgate YouTubers. I know Blaine, you've got some pretty powerful friends in the YouTube space. So hopefully we can work something with a particularly pointy and sharp metallic gauntlet man. I think that would be a lot of fun to do. Also, Eric July. Oddly enough, Eric July said he said he'd welcome you back, and hopefully I'll be able to go on with EVS, so we'll have both sides of that feud covered for the thing. So there's a lot.
Did he say that?
I thought that he had said something to you about that. I don't want to speak. Well, hopefully that would. I think it's within the realm of possibility, but. That being said, the point is that it doesn't matter what side of the fence you're talking about in indie comics, right? We're going to be everywhere. We're going to be pushing the Iron Age crowd, the Comicsgate crowd, the anti-Comicsgate crowd. I mean, whatever. If you have money and you're interested in cool mecha action in graphic novels, you will be given an opportunity to back Paradise, because this is something I think that if the passion is not evident from these gentlemen, I mean, I see it. I mean, you hear me talking, I can't shut up about it. And then even watch your youth. Yeah. Let's get another. Don't break it. By the way, how are those? Are pretty resilient, are they? I mean, yeah, they're. He does that and he breaks the claw off.
Yeah, you saw that. I was hoping nobody saw that. Yeah, the clock.
But I mean, they seem like they're actually
quality.
They seem like they're fairly resilient. Oh, somebody had asked in the chat earlier.
It's the glue joint. This was the posable one we did.
Somebody had asked in that, are these going to be kind of designed to help with the people who do magnet kind of connections, like for weapons and things like that? Is that any of the thought process in there when these are made?
Not currently. Let's go for the Gen 2 versions, maybe the Gen 3 versions of these miniatures. At this point, let's try to get them produced. Survive shipping out to people.
Well, the funny thing is that when I first got into Warhammer, I mean, nobody did that whole magnet thing.
Check. Actually, I can speak to that. Actually, I have one sitting here, and surprisingly, though they didn't think about it, all the joints are currently drillable at your standard magnetizable sizes from like Magnet Baron and such. Almost all of the joints are in either the 2mm or 3mm magnet range, so you're good to go there. I will say you want to be careful though.
I'm not sure how well the crabs would go.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, but here's the thing though: is you wouldn't want to magnetize the crabs unless they have like swappable weapon arms.
Yeah, I don't see the crabs going to have a whole lot of
Bosses might.
So, by the way, the next cover I'm going to have Doug do for the next book, and I may just go ahead and commission this early based on this one. Will be the honey badger versus the boss. We just need to see that happen. So, all right, I'm getting the door knocked on here. Give me a second. Watcher, you take it for a second.
All right, you got it. I just want to take a moment and say thank you once again to all 100 who've backed so far. Actually, 101 who've backed so far, and those who are going to back in future. I'm stoked. This is a super successful project from day one. Not that I had any question that it would be given the people who are involved, but it's my first Kickstarter too, guys.
So cool! Awesome.
I'm a little bit.
Crowdfunder. It's a crowdfunder.
Well,
this
crowdfunder,
is Indiegogo.
We're Indiegogo. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, but it's I've never done a crowdfunder before. I've like ran them for other people, but yeah, I've never been involved in the promotion of one and the backside of one before. So yeah,
do you have the butterflies in the chest and the nerves?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, maybe just a little bit. Mostly just because, gosh dang it, this is legitimately not just because I'm involved in it, but before I knew anything about it, this is one of the coolest things that I've seen in a really long time. Like, when you get into something new that you can tell you can just sink your teeth into, and you get kind of that feeling deep down in your chest. That's what I got when I was reading book one. And it's I love mechs. I'm not gonna lie to you. You said it yourself. Like, most people got into it because of the video game. I watched my uncle play the opening scene of MechWarrior 2 when I was probably 10. And within like a week, I was constructing mech cockpits out of cardboard and pillows, and going through full on like heat training inside there. Just, you know what I mean? Like, and I've been obsessed with mechs ever since then. And this grabs me in the best way, because although I love mechs and I love mech on mech combat, and I think that's why people want to see the other country mechs, is because they want to do mech on mech, not just mech on alien.
Oh, absolutely.
I have always wanted to see a mech on alien take. And this scratches that itch in just the best way.
Well, you brought it up, Watcher, and I kind of held this topic in my back pocket, and this might be a rabbit hole we don't want to go down to now. So maybe something short on this, Brent. Clearly the big money is not in tabletop miniatures. It's not in comic books. It's not in novels. It is in video games.
Yes.
And so
I already in the previs concept animatic earlier this week.
I already know that you're working on that stuff, but
we're not prepared to show anything yet. But it's cool.
Let's talk concept. Are we thinking it's like a first person, or is it a tactical kind of overhead RTS?
I think it has to be a tactical. I like the idea of overhead. The truth is, at its very, very core, the game is a squad combat game.
Well,
you've got a number of soldiers. You've got one Asher, and you got a quad drone. That's your basic level 1.
Oh
This
no.
is a human force.
Oh no, like look, don't get me wrong, I'd be excited to play that, but look, man, as a guy who has spent his whole life wanting to pilot a mech, you can't just dangle that we're gonna have a video game and it's not gonna be me inside of a fucking mech cockpit.
You can
rocking and shocking.
You can be the pilot inside the Asher, but you have support troops around you that you are controlling. Because
excellent.
in Asher, just out on their own in a battlefield is weak in a variety of ways.
Well, not only that,
for
but
the amount of aliens
it makes
that we
total
have
sense for the Asher to be the command cockpit, anyways, because you have all that communications equipment.
Exactly.
And if you've got a live action versus say like a turn base, you really could kind of go back and forth between say the tactical view where you're running the battle versus the fighting your Asher. It's a very cool concept and not something that you normally see, You
know what?
My thought is if the game company comes back and says we want to do it as a first person shooter, my answer is yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, like a squad-based first-person shooter too, like literally the game Squad, where it's super military-based and you can issue overhead point, like communication's a huge key, so that the Asher pilot can literally get in there and like designate stuff on the HUD of the individual soldiers who are running and the drone pilots,
and then
especially if you can cycle through the various members in your squad. Like, that's so cool.
Or better yet, you have friends who come in to play specific squad roles, and you play as a team.
Well, but you've got this role that hasn't really been touched upon, maybe a little bit in the Japanese story, but this whole role of battle space, right? Which are basically controllers that are playing the battle game, and
the Joy Boys,
well, not even the Joy Boys, right?
Joy Boys are flying drones, man.
Drones, right? The battle space people are controlling the kind of the meta information on the battlefield, making sure that Asher knows what's over the next hill because the Joy Boy saw it. They are the clearinghouses. This is. I haven't seen this in any of the stories yet, but this is how I conceptualize it as a military guy. They are the clearinghouses for information because there's so much information on the battlefield, especially even nowadays. But in the future, when you have these sensors, it overwhelms the individual. Well, it basically you're curating your battlefield information is what is the way I see it.
So the HQ scene in Independence Day is what.
Kind of, yeah. Where they're basically making calls and vectoring people, and it's basically what you see in an AWACS, right? Like an AWACS will sit there and they've got the big picture and they can vector F-15s to go to X, and that kind of thing. But this is on the ground, and it's a much more holistic and in-depth thing. So that's another aspect of that theoretically that meta level of the game that you can.
And I think a lot of that would be like the high end of it. The truth is, even at the low end, if I thought the Harebrained Schemes BattleTech game was an excellent turn-based game, and I could see that totally working. I could see Mech Commander also perfectly working with this.
Helldivers too, but then the Land&SEA universe.
I
know, right?
Yep. So long as doesn't get involved.
Democracy.
Well, so anyway, I wanted to dangle that carrot in front of the chat as we kind of sign off here today, because gentlemen, I think we have I hinted at a 4-hour stream and we are right at 3 hours 57 minutes.
We are at 103 now and $7,000.
Nice.
Oh, we hit 7,000. Excellent. Ooh,
wow,
get a screenshot of that.
Yeah, I'm getting that. Let's see, I'll print. There we go. So I never thought we would get 7,000 in the first during the stream. So this is absolutely amazing. Wow.
Well, we all have great fans. You have great fans for your stuff. Yeah. We have good fans for our stuff. We're just bringing them together.
Yeah, and that's one of. By the way, that's one of the things. If you're, we will be dropping more information about Land&SEA Paradise on the Future Conflict show. Like I said, we'll be doing the. We'll have to work this out, guys, and you just for offline, some behind the scenes stuff. We just need to work out, if there are Saturdays that you are or not available, and it doesn't have to be the same people every time. You could throw different people from the team at me, or so just kind of let me know on that, and we'll figure it out. And it may not be me, right? It may be maybe Watcher has to pull duty with it. We'll make it work. But I definitely want to be a part of this at every level. So anyway,
awesome. Love all
guys,
those things.
Guys, $7,000 in 4 hours. I'm gobsmacked. Thank you. If it wasn't for the chat and all the other backers from the pre-launch campaign, we never would have made it this far. I feel bad because I see, based on some of the purchases, that I know that people missed out on the pre-launch. If just so you know, these pre-launches will happen in front of every campaign at a minimum 2 weeks out. But I'm going to strive for at least a month to 2 months for the next couple campaigns, with the idea being that way we can just kind of get everybody in there, because there will always be discounts and there will always be free stuff attached to that. So that's the way you want to go. Real quick, let's go around the horn. Last thoughts, and then we'll say goodbye. Brent?
Deeply, incredibly thankful for the fans that have followed us into all the different ways we've brought Land&SEA to life. I love it. Thank you guys all so much.
Blaine?
Hey, couldn't ask for more. This is going to be an exciting journey for everybody. This is a whole new chapter. We're not going to rehash stuff that's already been put out there. You're going to get new stuff for Land&SEA. This is going to be awesome.
Watcher?
Just from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys. I hope you guys are as excited about this as I am, because this is I'm gonna go squeal as soon as this is over. Like the full on like nerdy squee. Oh my god, it's actually happening.
I just real quick before we go, I wanted to, based on something somebody just sent me a message on. This is what I want to show here. All right, let me share my screen here. So this is the current front page of Indiegogo. All this boring crap, cameras, who cares about that? But popular campaigns, we are the #1 popular campaign currently on the front page of Indiegogo. I've never had that happen with any of my campaigns before. So absolutely. And then for me, I'm the #1 recommended for somebody like me. So clearly they don't know this is my campaign if they're recommending it for me. I'm just kind of gobsmacked by this. And hey, listen, the best is yet to come. I hate to steal from Trump, but we've got this is just what we've brought from our
huge
mailing list and our channel. We've got big other places we're going to be talking about this book. I know if you're a friend of me, Blaine, or Brent, you're going to be sick of us talking about this within the next month or so. So absolutely looking forward to see where this goes. I mean, hey guys, maybe that 100,000 is not maybe 6 figures, young lady, is absolutely something we can make happen. So
I told you, 2,000 backers. That's my magic number.
It's gonna be
phenomenally
something amazing.
Huge.
Well, hey, 2,000 is more than 100,000. If we have because I get the feeling our average purchase price is going to be fairly high. So I think 2,000 is over 100,000. So all right.
Funny, the thing that I'm the most excited about, that little nuance there, is that we were very conservative on this campaign. Like, we didn't throw in a bunch of merch and a bunch of other stuff that's going to be hard to deliver. We knew we can deliver this. Let's focus on this for the initial campaign, run a solid campaign, get it delivered in a reasonable amount of time, and move on to the next one. And I think that the support of the backers shows that that's not a bad idea for the first one. Let's go with that.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that it's doable because we've all done it before, right? I've put out books before. I've created them. These guys have absolutely supported much bigger things than this. and they've given me nothing but their full support. You know, I know that some people were upset that I'm a little late on Door Kickers, but hey, everything in its good time. Door Kickers is going out the door soon. We're going to print. You said this week we're dropping the print file for the ash can. So we've got a lot of stuff, whether it's on the Door Kickers front or whether it's on the Land&SEA front. So thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Thank you to the various guests. We had Sean, Potentially Criminal, was on. We had Angry American. We had, did we have somebody else? 4 hours. My brain is jello now. So thank you to all those guys. Chat, you guys keeping it real. Keep going, but start drinking Cervicam. It's afternoon here, so I can start drinking now, theoretically. But actually, I just got called to lunch by my wife. So
nice.
All right. So, guys, that's all I've got for now. As always, here on this channel, we send you off into the world, but we remind you to stay safe.